Alright, we're back. That's a mere awake. Yeah. Cats are now trying to convince her that I haven't fed them, and it's been a lie. A total lie. Even though they know that they have been fed. Now, then, let's get on with the case.
Court is in session for the trial of Maggie Bird. We've been here before, but carry on.
Defense is ready, Your Honor.
Better.
Mr. Wright,
Yes, Your Honor? What's wrong?
No, nothing. It's just whenever I addressed you in previous trial, your response was,
You? Birmingham. Who's talking to me?
it was a little, intimidating.
No, that wasn't me. That was the phony Phoenix.
I see. So our trusty Phoenix Wright is back with us now, is he?
Our trustee?
So, Mr. Godo, your opening statement, please.
Mr. Wright, whether you're a fake or the real deal, we will find out soon enough through this trial today.
I can already tell you I'm the real Phoenix Wright.
It wasn't questioning whether you are Phoenix Wright or not. I was questioning whether you had studied law or not. That's what I intended to find out.
As everyone's aware, the court has already given its verdict in this case once. Therefore, I won't stand for any relevant testimony during this retrial. Nor will I stand for a simple repetition of the evidence presented in the last trial. Now then, Mr. Godo, please summon your first witness.
Let's start with formality, shall we? Name and occupation.
Witness, state your name for the court. Huh? Oh, sorry, sir. Your name's a police department detective. Occupation dig gumshoe.
Other way around, detective.
Huh? Oh, sorry. Anyway, I'm the officer in charge of this case since yesterday, sir. Since yesterday?
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy who was the initial investigation is tied up within that case now. I hope Gumshoe's really got everything under control for everyone's sake. I see. So, Detective Gumshoe, would you outline the court the basic facts of this case? Yes, sir. The victim's name was Glenn Elk. He was a professional programmer. He was on the payroll of Blue Screens Inc., a local company. This is the victim's autopsy report. The court accepts this into evidence. And here at the 4th floor plant of the restaurant. And the incident took place, the victim was sitting right here. The poisoned cafe was brought over to him by the waitress. The waitress being the accused. Yeah. The victim died from poisoning almost immediately after he took a sip of his coffee. At the time of the incident, there were 2 other people at the restaurant. Mr. John Armstrong, the owner and chef, and the regular by the name of Mr. Victor Kudo.
Should there be 3, because there was the waitress as well. But, yeah.
This seems to be a very straightforward case to me.
There.
Come, detective, take up this hammer and nail the defendant's coffin shut with your own 2 hands.
Now then, Detective Gumshoe, let's have your testimony. Oh, yes, sir. When the incident took place, the victim was alone at his table, sir. We understand that the guy, Glenn Elk, was listening to the radio at the time. Traces of poison were found in his coffee cup. What we found was potassium cyanide. That stuff really packs a punch. And it looks like Miss Bird might have well had some kind of motive.
Using the dark aromatic depths of coffee to conceal the poison. Classy lady.
The facts of this case seem to be ironclad. Mr. Wright, I would ask you to begin your cross-examination, but,
Yes?
please no intimidation tricks this time around, is that understood?
I already told you that wasn't me. When
When the incident took place, the victim was alone at his table, sir.
Can I stop you for just a minute?
Huh? What is it? Did I say something that contradicts the evidence?
Your testimony just now doesn't match the testimony given by Miss Bird. She claims that there was another man at the victim's table.
Yeah, that's what she said.
What killer wouldn't say that when faced with a homicide conviction?
Hey,
Sadly, your testimony isn't supported by the owner or the other customer. Isn't that right, Detective Gumshoe?
Yeah, it's true. The two testimonies tie up on that. They both said there was no other guy at the table.
well, maybe the other witness just missed him. Perhaps their view of the victim's table was obscured in some way.
Ah, that argument is as weak as the coffee at
That argument is as weak as the copy of Tribulations, right? I have here in my possession a ticket.
A ticket?
Yep, a one-way ticket to Guiltyville. Population the defendant. This is a photograph taken near the entrance to the kitchen. This is the scene as witnessed by the chef moments after the poisoning took place, correct? I think the court will agree that such a clear view of the scene of the crime. How, Mr. Wright, could anyone have overlooked the second person at the table?
The certainly seems to show the victim's table extremely clearly. We understand that the guy Glenegg was listening to the radio at the time.
He was listening to the radio, you say?
Yeah, he had a portable radio in his chest pocket. Maggie told us that too, didn't she? Something about one of them, sort of earpieces.
What was the victim listening to on the radio, Detective Gumshoe?
How should I know? This isn't going very well, is it? This isn't going very well, is it? Detective, could you perhaps tell us about the poison, how it was used?
Traces of the poison were found in the coffee cup and nowhere else.
Not sure I get you, pal.
Was the poison a liquid or was it a powder?
If I have to put it in layman's terms, I'd say it was a powdery substance.
So the poison could have been in anything that was on the table: sugar, salt, pepper.
Objection!
Huh?
Do you put salt and pepper in your coffee, Dwight?
The victim took his coffee black with no sugar. Seems that the poison could only have been in the coffee.
Yeah, press harder on all of it. Are you absolutely certain that the victim even drank any of his coffee?
Huh? What do you mean?
According to this file, the poison was found in the victim's coffee cup. What proof is that the victim ever drank any of it?
Oh, hey, you're right. That's what I was.
Objection!
In case you were wondering, the last objection there was for the detective there.
Huh? For me? Oh, hey, you're right. You're fooling the.
You may be fooling the court, but I'm not falling for it. If If you have time to waste, you have time to present that piece of evidence. That piece, sir?
That piece, sir?
Yeah, that piece.
What piece was it again?
This.
Oh, now I remember. This is the victim's coffee cup.
Yeah, the victim's cup. And take a look at the rim.
Oh yes, it's unmistakable. There's clearly a coffee stain on it.
Conclusive proof that the victim did drink the poisoned coffee that was in this cup. The victim gulped down the bitter death that was the waitress brought to him. The waitress brought to him, like this.
On the record there, the only prints on the cup were the victims and the defendants. Upon further investigation of this cup, we found a certain chemical substance.
Potassium cyanide, I've heard that chemical before. Exactly how strong is this poison, Detective Gumshoe?
It's, the stuff's lethal. Eat too much in your history. How much is too much?
The lethal dose is 0.2 grams. That's enough to finish anyone off.
0.2 grams? How much is that? And when you swab your ears for earwax, yeah, about that much. Well, such a small quantity of poison could have been concealed anywhere. And, it looks like Miss Bird must have had, well, some kind of motive.
Some kind of motive?
Yeah, but if you ask me, it's been blown way out of proportion.
Objection!
Let's see. Can't get cuddles.
You know what my golden rule is, Detective? Chuck out a bad cup of coffee, you can always get another.
Huh? I don't get it.
I'm saying we can always get another witness on the stand if we have to chuck you out. So stick to the facts, Detective. Now then, what was Miss Bird's motive?
She was, they said she wanted to steal a lottery ticket. It disappeared from the scene of the crime. And it wasn't just...
It wasn't just any lottery ticket, it was a winning ticket for $500,000.
Mr. Armstrong knew about the ticket too, didn't he? But he stole the wrong one.
Then is it possible Maggie stole the winning one? Yeah, let's press harder and see where it goes. Wait a minute. The mere fact that the lottery tickets disappeared in no way implicates my client. That's very true. The old man is rich, maybe he did steal it.
Huh? I have here in my hand the very ticket in question.
That's the $500,000 lottery ticket? One of the female police officers found it when she was conducting a search of the defendant.
What?
Order!
Well, she's quite a lucky bird, our little waitress.
You will submit that ticket as evidence to the court immediately. The ticket was presented to the court in previous trial too. But it feels heavier now. $500,000, you say?
It's just a scrap of paper. What matters is where it was found, Your Honor.
That's enough. The facts of this case seem overwhelmingly clear to me. The defense had an ample opportunity to commit the crime of which she is charged. Furthermore, it seems beyond reasonable doubt that she did indeed commit this crime.
Well, like an old man who knows the score.
There's also the matter of the $500,000 lottery ticket. That alone provides a very credible motive. I mean, for that sum of money, I might even be tempted to bend the rules.
I don't mind an old man who is weak to the siren call of money.
Not good, Nick. The evidence against Maggie is starting to pile up fast.
Yeah, that's because the court has ruled guilty once again.
I'd say it's about time to wrap up this repeat performance. Take a break for some picnic baskets. With one final decisive piece of evidence. This is the apron for them delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time.
Wow, that's not the cleanest apron I've ever seen, Nick.
That stain looks like it can't be blood, can it?
It seems the star of our play was a little flustered. And somehow spilled coffee on herself.
The coffee? That's not exactly the first thing caught my eye.
Of course, the coffee stain isn't the most interesting thing about this apron. No, there's something else that stands out even more.
Something else? I presume you mean,
Of course, I'm referring to the pocket.
The pocket?
A search carried out right after the incident uncovered this. Potassium cyanide, the very poison used by the killer, was in her apron pocket.
A bottle of poison in Maggie's pocket.
yeah, the Maggie's prints were the only ones on it, too.
What?
Order. The court will accept these items into evidence. Something's still bothering me, Mr. Godo. Why have you not explained the blood stain to the court?
Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be?
Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain is smeared all over this apron.
That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain. Well, detective, could this stain really be blood?
No way, sir. That's, it's just ketchup, sir. That's,
Ketchup?
she must have gotten some on her apron while taking some of their breakfast that day. You could have spoken up a little sooner, Detective Gumshoe. Police.
Pull a stunt like that again, and I'll have you drink 17 cups of ketchup, which is... ketchup. 17 cups of ketchup, witness.
I thought everyone knew that was already. I haven't seen anything yet to make me doubt the last ruling I made in this case. The motive, the opportunity, and the supporting evidence, they've all been clearly established.
Well, Dwight, it seems you really are a phony after all.
Witness, please continue with your testimony. Describe for the court the crime scene and the findings of your investigation, sir. The crime was reported at 2:25 p.m. and a kind of scary old man, sir. Poor Maggie had passed out from the shock. It must have been real tough for her. The victim didn't have any identification on him, but we figured out who he was pretty quick, and the investigation went smoothly. When Maggie was searched, we found the lottery ticket and the bottle of poison. And that was it. There was nothing else missing from the crime scene. You identified the victim and secured your prime suspect. Very good.
Last chance to convince the court you're a real lawyer, Dwight. Don't count any more cross-examinations after this one. So let the fun begin.
Scary old man, Detective Gumshoe?
There's an old man who was a regular at the restaurant where the incident happened. Officers were dispatched right after the report came in, but the old guy still made a fuss. What took you so long? And he hurled abuse at them and seeds. Seeds.
Huh? That's nothing. I caught each one with my teeth. The old man was the only other customer in the place at the time. He took his time finding a payphone apparently, so it was late reporting the crime.
How long was the defendant unconscious for?
The officers got to the crime scene around 2:40. Maggie was still out cold in the kitchen at the time. It took another 10 minutes or so before she came to. But I would have kind of liked to be on the scene myself. I would have loved to see Maggie asleep like that. All pretty and peaceful. That sounds very creepy.
Save the romantics for your own time, detective. All we need to know is about the investigation.
Oh, guess I'm pretty red right now, aren't I? The victim didn't have any identification on him.
Didn't have any? Are you saying that it was stolen then?
No, I don't think so. The victim didn't have a driver's license or even a credit card on him, pal. All he had was 58 cents in his wallet.
58 cents?
Yeah, I can't believe I found someone with less in their wallet than me, pal. The victim sounds like he was a thoroughly miserable young man.
Or some kind of outlaw. Why not give him a bit of an edge?
If he had 58 cents in him, how was he going to pay for the coffee?
But we figured out who he...
Oh, but we figured out who he was pretty quick and the investigation went smoothly.
Wait a sec.
Huh? Did I say something dumb again?
Let me paraphrase what you just testified to this court. The victim didn't have any form of ID on him. That's basically what you said, yes?
Yeah, basically.
In that case, how were you able to identify the victim so quickly?
Oh, that. There was a prescription bag on the victim's table along with the lottery ticket.
It seems Mr. Glenn visited his doctor before he went to Tribulations.
We got the victim's name for the medical records so the doctor prescribed the meds. That's a reliable enough source of the court.
What sort of medicine was in the bag?
Well, actually, the bag we found was empty.
Huh?
Yeah, completely empty.
It was completely empty?
Huh? You're entering an empty paper bag as evidence. Just desperate, are you, Wright? Now what happened with your investigation after that, detective?
I'm gonna go back one and after the other one. Sometimes we miss these things. Oh. We don't get the option of the other one. I must have asked the right one. Oh well. But the defendant had been passed out for a while, correct? In that case... Isn't it possible someone planted the evidence in Maggie's pocket?
Hey, yeah, you nailed it, pal. It happens to me all the time. At the department party the other day when I got home, I was wearing the boss's shoes.
Yes.
Objection!
Keep up this crazy testimony, detective, and those shoes will end up down your throat.
Sorry.
So it's right, someone planted the evidence in Maggie's pocket. That's a pretty bold statement. Care to back it up with some evidence?
It appears you have no evidence to support your theory, Mr. Wright. Continue with your testimony, witness.
There's nothing else but missing from the crime scene. Well, if the medicine bag is empty, then surely that's something that's missing. No? Does that not make sense?
Objection!
Detective Gumfilling should point something out to you. There is one small contradiction in your testimony.
Oh no, finally. I'm getting all anxious just waiting, so hurry up, will you?
You testified that nothing else was missing from the crime scene. However, the prescription bag you mentioned was empty. Did the officers recover the medicine from the scene of the crime later?
No, they didn't.
The victim was given a prescription right before going to Tribulations. Where then did the medicine disappear to?
You're too cool, pal. Indeed. Due consideration wasn't given to the victim's prescription in the previous trial. Witness, why do you always overlook such vital pieces of evidence?
Where are you going, Mr. Cat? You want down the floor? You might need to go to the break.
I guess that's the most careless thing I've done so far, huh?
The victim was killed by poison. And the victim's medicines mysteriously disappeared. The victim's own prescription could have been for the lethal poison itself.
Order, order. Well, Mr. Godo, what do you have to say to that?
Well, that's all.
What?
Read for the court the name of the clinic on the prescription bag, if you will.
I'll read for the court, sorry. What's the clinic name got to do with anything? New Ear Otolaryngological Clinic.
Just what kind of illness was the victim suffering from, Mr. Godo?
Hardly an illness, Your Honor. More likely a bit of war wound, you could say.
A war wound?
The day before the incident, Mr. Relic found himself in a fight. He took a blow with the side of the head and ruptured his eardrum.
He ruptured his eardrum?
What on earth was the prescription he was given? So then what on earth was the prescription he was given?
It was a cream to be applied topically inside of his ear canal, not to be ingested. It's mentioned in the autopsy report if you read the fine print. Where are you going, Mr. Cat? Are you sneaking onto the screen because you want a hairband?
Alright, you can have a hairband. Ready? Ready? Who got it?
We found traces of medication in the victim's left ear.
Yes, here it is. In very, very fine print.
It seems Mr. Vell correctly applied some of his medication while he was at Tribulations. Therefore, it is absurd to believe he would have eaten his medication.
It seems that his medication is irrelevant to the case after all. No. Nick, if you don't think some quicker, I'll be over.
He's right, but I can't get away with any weak objection. What should I do? That's the question. I think we should push it. What's the worst that can happen, right? Only moments ago, Mr. Godo made the following statement. It seems Mr. L correctly applied some of his medication while he was at Tribulations. If that's the case, then why was the medication not found at the scene of the crime?
The medication in question was for topical use inside the ear canal.
Objection!
That doesn't change the fact it could not be found at the crime scene. However insignificant it may seem, it's the lawyer's duty to pursue the truth.
Objection!
You know just as well as I do the medication is irrelevant. Hardly seems likely the prescription drug would contain potassium cyanide.
Objection!
Hardly seems likely that the coffee the waitress served would contain it either. But it did. Possibility is undeniable.
That's enough. Mr. Godo, is the detective the only witness the prosecution wishes to call? Mr. Godo? Oh, I got my own witness I'd like to call, sir. It's the old man who was here in the restaurant on the day of the murder. Very well. The matter of the disappearing medications is a little more than trivial at best. However, it wasn't explored at all in the previous trial, and that is something that bothers me. Hello, are you back? Are you? Well, I'm going to have to talk to you like this for a while, because this is the accent you walked up to me in. What is wrong with you today? You're in a very strange mood. Do I need to do anything with you to keep you quiet this time, or can I just get on with the game? Okay, I'll just get on with the game while I'll call you then. Yay, good job, Nick. Court will adjourn for 10-minute recess, after which we will hear the prosecution's next witness.
Huh? I suppose this means I'll just have to finish you off in my last 6 cups. That means I've had 11 cups so far. That's a lot of coffee.
Court is adjourned for recess.
Hey, Alien. Yes, my cats are being absolute mischiefs today.
View that was close.
Tell me about it. I nearly died in there.
That's my line, sir. No, that's my line. I think I really did die a little bit. Looks like we all nearly died in there. I can't believe Detective Gumshoe. How could he betray us like that? Huh? He said he'd help me. But he totally set me up.
Cat, I can't read my screen if you're gonna stand there.
What in a cuddle? I'll give you a cuddle for a minute. There we go.
I don't think he meant to do that, Maggie. He was backed into a corner. I mean, the guy's got to do his job, right?
It's okay. I know all about lies and betrayal. I've had them my whole life. But it really hurts this time. It felt like someone punched me hard in the stomach. I hate that guy. I don't want to ever see him again. So the next witness is gonna be that old guy from the park, right?
Yeah, Mr. Kudu. Lover of waitress outfits and projectile seeds.
I bet he's gonna be real stubborn. I mean, he's pretty set in his ways, you know.
The writing is pretty good. I'm enjoying it. Apparently they've announced there's another one coming to Steam soon. Is it next year? It's not Phoenix Wright, but it's the same style. I can't remember what it's called. Yeah, certainly I was going to look it up and remember what it's called. But yeah, it got announced. I don't know if it just got announced recently or if it was coming to Steam anyway. But it's another of the same style of game anyway. It's being dramatic now. Being very dramatic now. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, that was it. I do have a DS. I have my old DS Lite somewhere. I will definitely try and look that one up. Thank you. These filthy eyes today. Just clean them first before I let them down. Otherwise, his mum's gonna try and. What, the Phoenix, the Ace Attorney one? No. Very good, that's not too bad. I might look into that after we finish this one. We did that one.
Yeah, he's like a big old grouch. You gonna be able to handle him, Nick?
Yeah, I can take whatever he throws at me, even those never-ending bird seeds. January the 7th, 11:15 AM. Courtroom number 4.
Court will reconvene for the trial of Maggie Bird. Mr. Godo, your next witness, please.
And the prosecution calls the lucky old timer who caught the show over a cup of coffee. Will the witness please take the stand? Name and occupation if you don't mind.
Name it.
Name's Victor Kudo, born and bred in the land of the rising sun. Honor and duty are what makes me, mind you. I can be quite emotional at times too.
Don't need to know about that, Mr. Kudo. Just tell the court your occupation.
My occupation? Listen, young'un. How much call do you think there is for kimono embroidery here?
Kimono embroidery?
That's what I do. I did back in Japan. I embroidered family crests on kimonos.
Interesting.
My ancestors were embroidering kimonos before this country even existed.
Wow, a real craftsman. They're a dying breed, Nick. Hey, maybe you can embroider my costume sometime.
Anyway, like I said, there's not much demand for that kind of thing here. So I had to take a job working at the cash register at a burger joint, pretending to smile.
Now then, witness, were you in the restaurant at the time of the incident?
Oh yes, I was eating some seeds over a cup of Javachino.
Seeds?
What do you think these are,
I see.
So you saw everything that happened, Grunts? Did I? Oh yes.
Thank you for that.
I think I did. I saw it all. Then please, tell the court where all is. Sure. I'll tell you every last detail. The young man was reading the sports paper. The serving girl brought him a Javachino, but she put something in it. The man took one sip of it, looked like he was in terrible pain, and then collapsed. That's the serving girl, there in the defendant's chair. I remember her well.
Mr. Kudo, she is not a serving girl. Please refer to her as a waitress.
You're as bad as the rest of them. All these newfangled words. What's wrong with the old-fashioned ones,
Newfangled?
All this talk of radios and glasses, it's wireless and spectacles, I tell you.
Excuse me.
Listen to me, everyone. Don't forget the old values. Don't let the good days slip away.
What are you doing, Mr. Cat? What are you doing, Mr. Cat? Huh?
Yes, well, I think it's time to begin to cross-examine the witness, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor. What are you doing? leaving me hair in my eyes. Thank you, Luther.
The young man was reading his sports paper.
Let's push all this stuff and see what we get. So you saw the victim then? You saw Mr. Glenelg?
I wanted to know if Goodson Brown attained his championship or not.
Seriously. Not the location in question. There are partitions between the tables on the same side of the restaurant, right?
So what if there are?
Sorry. Oh, yeah. So, you say that you could see the victim. That means you were sitting on the table on the other side of the restaurant, correct?
Yeah. I go to the place to drink Javachino. I don't go to sit. I don't remember which table I was sitting at.
Mr. Kudo, that's a very grave accusation. Are you sure what you saw?
Victor Kudo, no, that's the same as the bear. Let's not do that voice.
Victor Kudo never makes mistakes. I dot every T and cross every I.
I see.
My eyesight's fine. The doctor said I only need spectacles for reading and driving. And I saw the serving girl put into the Javachino as well. What? The serving girl put into the Javachino as well.
Your Honor, we need more clarification on what was put into the victim's coffee. I'd like to ask that witness. That witness adds what he knows to his testimony.
I agree. Witness, will you please enlighten us, please? Sure. There's no questioning about it. She very conspicuously put white powder in there.
Did she really put that into the coffee?
No doubt me, boy. She took out a little brown bottle and sprinkled it in.
Couldn't she have been adding sugar?
Sugar in a small brown bottle like that? Like what, witness? Would you please describe the bottle in more concrete terms?
Well, a bottle like this, perhaps.
Oh, there it is. That's the one. That's a bottle of potassium cyanide, I presume.
So, what did the accused put in the coffee? I think it's clear, don't you?
The man took one sip of it, looked like he was in terrible pain, and then collapsed.
He took just one sip?
You young'uns.
You young'uns, you waste everything. Those Javachinos cost $8. In the good old days, we would have drank every last drop, eaten the cup, and then died.
So it was an immediate death? Well, with potassium cyanide, I suppose that's possible.
Oh yes, you slumped over without so much as a twitch. I felt the Javachino I just drank turned sour in my stomach.
Oh yeah, I know that feeling.
And the waitress, I presume she's, That's a serving girl right there in the defendant's chair. I remember her well.
You said I remember her well in reference to the waitress. Did she have any particular features you can identify her by?
Particular features? It's a disgrace, that's what it is.
Sorry?
You can see all the way up to her, you know. She's practically naked in that uniform.
So, the particular feature you recognize about the waitress is her outfit. But anyone could wear such a uniform, even me.
Mr. Wright, please spare the court any further mental anguish from that image. Don't get all excited, Nick. You gotta keep yourself together. There are things to recognize about her, too.
Sure, you say a witness take the coffee over to the victim. What matters is what the witness. What matters is whether that waitress was Maggie Bride or not.
Quite right. Mr. Kudo, there are other features you recognize about the defendant. I'd ask you to add them to your testimony. Sure. There was a ribbon in her hair and the apron straps were loose.
Well, that's helpful, I guess.
Hold it!
You do seem to remember several details about her appearance. But what about the most crucial detail of all, her face?
Ha! See, I remember that.
Objection!
The witness noted the straps of the accused apron. He's unlikely to make a mistake about her face.
That's right. I can even tell you the color of the ribbon in her hair. It was red.
So you see, there's nothing wrong with the witness's eyesight.
Straps, I guess. Mr. Kudo, you seem especially interested in the straps. Why is that?
What?
Ribbon in her hair, the straps in her apron. What's the fascination?
Fascination?
Objection!
People have all kinds of fetishes, Trike. We don't need to embarrass the witness.
Listen, you young upstarts, I've got 6 strap fetish.
Is there any relevance to the witness' unusual love of straps, Mr. Wright? I was just curious as to why he was so fixated on the waitress's straps.
I haven't got a strap fetish. How many times I'd fit myself?
Very well, continue with your testimony, Mr. Kudo, and make it strapless.
Grumble. Do you think old Seedy really saw Maggie do it?
Well, he probably had his eye on the waitress the whole time, that's why he was there. He was there,
But he was there for the cute outfits, right? Not the waitresses.
I guess.
Hey, did I just say something clever?
I wonder if the waitress Mr. Kudo saw really was Maggie. That's what we gotta figure out, Nick.
That's what we gotta figure out, Nick.
Right, okay, so we've pushed everything so far. Do we have anything else we could... Okay. I'm wondering if it's this one and the apron. Then again, actually, before we do that, there's the one that we didn't ask the bit about. So we'll see if we can ask the other bit about him. Particular features, yada 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 yada. That's not the outfit. Doesn't care about face. Then that, where's the drop down list? Hopefully we can find it again. Let's ask about her back, because that's the one thing we haven't asked about yet. Identifying features you described are all things you would see from the back.
So what?
Is it possible that you never saw the waitress from the front at all?
Objection!
Oh, he's got you there, Grumps.
People normally talk about facial features when they're asked to describe someone. But this witness testimony is nothing but straps and ribbons.
This is harassment. I tell you, I'm not obsessed with straps or ribbons. Just telling you what I saw.
Mr. Kudo, the court requests that you add any details about identifying features. Features you observe from the front, that is, to your testimony.
Sure. This old man's testimony is getting longer and longer.
If I can't find a hole in it soon, it'll get even longer, I bet. There wasn't anything that
caught my interest from when I saw from the front.
Didn't see anything distinct? You didn't find anything to be distinct, or you didn't clearly see the witness's face?
No question about it. Didn't come this far to back down now. Mr. Kudo never backs down.
This has turned into
a matter of pride for old Seedy now, I guess. Wonder if he really did see Maggie's face or not. Do you think old CD really saw Maggie do it?
Well, he probably had his eye on the waitress the whole time, that's why he was there. Yeah. I do wonder if there's nothing distinct about the front, then it's probably the fact that she's wearing glasses isn't distinct. So I think maybe that's it. I'm guessing anyway. Then again, the apron is covered in stains. Yeah, I was gonna say the apron is covered in stains. And everyone else had a sort of slight panic about the apron being covered in stains. So if there's nothing he sees interesting, then that would be slightly more concerning.
Objection!
Mr. Kudo, I'd like to please look at this.
Ah, that filthy thing with so filth like you just perfectly. Actually, it reminds me of what my grandson looks like after he's done eating.
Have you ever seen this before?
Of course I haven't. You think I'd forget something as dirty as that, Well, you half-witted clot.
Is that a steering wheel he's got on his back?
What? What is it? Ever since I said you half-witted clot, there's been an eerie silence in here.
Mr. Kudo, this apron. Is the apron worn by the defendant on the day of the poisoning?
Huh?
You just said it yourself. You wouldn't forget something like this. Which means if you had really seen this apron before... Yes, you know what I'm getting at. You couldn't have possibly seen the waitress from the front. Oops.
Witness, you can't just oops your way out of this.
Well. Looks like we finally have a genuine trial on our hands. Listen, Wright, here are the facts. On the day of the incident, there was only one waitress in the restaurant.
That being the defendant, Miss Maggie Bird.
Exactly. And when one waitress puts the poison in the coffee cup, this old guy was watching.
I hope you understand the gravity of the situation, Mr. Kudo. The fate of the defendant may rest upon what you say you remember seeing.
Just tell the court exactly what you saw, Gramps.
You can rely on me, Captain. My noggin's in perfect working order. I can't remember a single occasion where I forgot what burger a customer wanted. You can't remember? Probably more like he's messed up so many times he's blocking it out. Very well, let's test how good your memory and attention is, Mr. Kudo. Tell us what you remember about the victim. He was another of those pesky young types wearing broken pair of spectacles. He had a newspaper in his right hand and a noisy brat kept rustling the pages. The young man was listening to the wireless, I remember that well. Then the serving girl in question brought over the Javicino. Little fidget picked up the coffee with his free hand and took a sip. The testimony we have just heard was to test how credible the witness's memory is. It seems to me that he remembers the victim in a great deal of detail. Oh yes, I hate those, you know what types who are so vague about everything. How are we gonna handle this, Nick?
You only need to do one thing. Just need to prove that the old man's memory is shot. Trip him up, you mean? Isn't that kind of cruel? Sorry.
Trip up, you mean? Ain't that kind of cruel?
I suppose, but it's what we do best.
He was another of those pesky young types wearing a broken pair of spectacles.
Spectacles?
Dark glasses to you. One of the lenses was green, but the other was broken. Newfangled rubbish. That's why I remember him so well.
There's some kind of lens over his left eye. I wouldn't have called it a pair of glasses.
He seems to have been wearing some rather modern-looking shades. Perhaps I should take to wearing some and rival Mr. Kudo's sharp appearance. We better come up with something sharp and quick.
Hold it!
The newspaper was a sports paper, was it?
That young hooligan, I nearly asked him, can you even read it without fidgeting, How was I supposed to be able to read the back page without rustling going on? I needed to find out if Gus and Braun retained his championship title. What are you looking at me like that for? How dare you judge me? Gus and Braun got beaten yesterday, by the way. Anyway. The young man was listening to the wireless, I remember that well.
The wireless?
Decadent young rascal. My day, it was one or the other. Read the paper or listen to the wireless. Using an earpiece. It's selfish, that's what it is. I was straining my ears, but I couldn't catch any of it. What are you looking at me for? How dare you feel sorry for me?
Did have an ear injury. Very interesting.
Hold it!
It's freehand? Which hand was that?
Weren't you listening before, cloth ears? I said his rustling in the newspaper with his right hand, didn't I? His free hand wasn't his right hand. Which hand was it, you moron?
Ow.
Perhaps the great Mr. Trite has 3 hands.
Sniffing his wrist. Oh, that's fine. Let's see what the options of stuff we got are. We didn't have food. Didn't need that. You mean the waitress who you saw from behind, right?
You're one of those, aren't you? You never let things go, is that right?
Maybe.
What does it matter if I saw her from front and behind? My eyes don't lie.
I mean, the question is, could you pick up that coffee cup with one hand? Because that looks like one of those fancy motherfuckers that you just can't pick up with one hand. I don't know whether that's just me thinking that. I'm gonna try that.
Objection!
Mr. Kudo, do you remember what you were told at the start of this testimony? That's a way of testing the credibility of your memory.
I know. There's nothing wrong with my memory. I tell you nothing. If I got anything wrong, I'll eat these seeds and sing the pigeon song.
Oh no. He's about to eat the seeds and sing the pigeon song.
Not the pigeon song.
That's very true, actually. It's on the left. Yes, that makes sense.
Care to tell us where this is going, Trite?
According to Mr. Kudo, the victim was holding the paper in his right hand, while drinking coffee with his free hand, which would make that his left.
What is this? Kindergarten?
But I'd like the court to please look at this.
That's the cup of the victim yours, correct?
And on the rim, you'll notice the mark left by the victim's lips.
Yes, there's a stain left by the coffee.
If you consider where the stain is, you'll clearly see the victim was holding the cup in his right hand.
But how?
Well, Mr. Kudo, the court is waiting for your epic performance. You said you'd eat those seeds and sing the pigeon song.
Mr. Kudo, I'm afraid this is simply not acceptable. Wait. Think I'm gonna stand here and listen to you tell me I'm mad? You're wrong. I don't care about that dirty coffee cup. I know what I saw. You still insist on your testimony? That young brat was holding a cup in his left hand. Oh yes, no question. I'm a good law-abiding citizen, I am. That's your dead young hotbot. Is that dead young hotbot from you spiky-head yahoo at fault?
Who, me?
Thank you, old man. We've heard quite enough from you already. Don't call me old man, old man. Been around for 68 years, I have. You can't ignore me. Listen to what I've got to say.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kudo, but,
Sure, why not hear a little more?
Mr. Godo.
But this is my 16th cup of coffee, so this is your final stand.
Thank you, Captain. You can rely on Victor. The boy was wearing the earpiece the same size as the green lens of his specs. He kept fiddling with it all the time. He's fiddling with it just before he picked up the cup too. Then he used the same hand to pick up the cup, his left hand. We know the victim was wearing an unusual monocle over his left eye.
It wasn't a monocle, Your Honor. It was a small computer monitor often used by programmers.
A monitor? You know, like a television screen?
Inside of the lens is the screen that displays computer data. It's called an HMD. It's a common tool in the victim's line of work.
HDTV, DVD, CDD, all these newfangled letters drive me mad, but they don't matter. I know what I saw, and I'm telling the truth.
It's true, he doesn't seem to be lying.
Those are the facts, the good old black and white.
Hold it!
So the victim was wearing an HMD. He's doing the same thing anyway. And you're sure it was the same, wearing the earpiece on the same side?
No question. I only see the side of his head when I was sitting.
Yeah, but it's pretty obvious if you look at the floor plans. From the opposite table, he'd have a view of the side of the victim's head. Right, well, hang on. The medicine. The medicine bag was for...
Objection!
I'm not sure what the relevance of this is, but Mr. Kudo, there's something very strange about your observations of the victim.
What?
You say he was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the HMD.
No question, you can lock me up if I'm wrong. With his left ear, without a doubt.
Still waiting for the pigeon song.
I can only see that side of his head from where I was sitting.
I don't think so.
What do you say?
You are no doubt unaware of this fact, Mr. Kudo. But the victim couldn't hear with his left ear. The eardrum was ruptured.
Huh?
Traces of medication for his condition were found in his ear canal. That's right, it's impossible for your victim to be wearing his earpiece in his left ear. Because he couldn't even hear with that ear.
Is that true, Captain?
Here it is.
Pigeon! Pretty pigeon! Order!
This witness's testimony is completely unreliable. He only saw the waitress from behind. Claims the victim was wearing an earpiece when we know his eardrum was ruptured. Well, Mr. Godo.
A single drop of...
A single drop of milk is all it takes to destroy the pure black magic in the cup. This old man is my drop of milk.
Captain, are you calling me a trip?
This is the victim's coffee cup in which the potassium cyanide was found. The mark on the rim clearly shows the victim picked it up with his right hand.
I'll never back down. I know I'm right. The lad drunk his turbocado with his left hand.
Let me put you out of your misery. Clearly the victim used both hands. He took a sip with the cup held in his right hand and then switched to his left. That's what the old man saw.
Objection!
Impossible. The witnesses already testified on numerous occasions. The victim died immediately after taking one sip of the coffee.
Objection!
Which hand the victim used to pick up his cup is irrelevant, Your Honor. The facts still stand. Which one hand or the other Mr. Elk drank the poison coffee. Like this. Sadly, Mr. Godo, that doesn't wash. Part of this testimony is to establish whether the witness's memory is credible. And the results are clear. Testimony given by this witness is useless.
I believe it's time to conclude today's proceedings. I'm satisfied the witness is not deceiving the court. But to be frank, his testimony is a farce. Did you have to be so frank? Take that, you pompous old fogey. I'm sorry, Mr. Kodo, you can't reach me from there. I'm ordering the defense and prosecution to investigate this case further. That is all for now. Court is adjourned. Wait! We stop now. Where does that leave me? Leave you, Mr. Kodo. Thanks to the blue-suited young upstart over there. I'm just a bumbling old man who can't even dot his T's across his eyes now. I'm sorry, Mr. Kodo, but there's nothing I can do. I kept my mouth shut until now, but there's something else the court should know.
What? There's more?
To be perfectly honest, it might not be anything, but I want another chance. I want this crack at you, you young shark.
Me?
Well, everyone, what do you say to one final showdown? A final chapter of this eccentric old man's scrapbook.
Sorry, Gramps. I've already had my 17th cup of coffee.
What have you got to lose, Captain? I'll give you all my Javachino if you come to my house after the trial. I may be 68 years old, but Victor Kudo is still a man.
That's enough, witness. I believe it would be quicker for the court to just hear your testimony.
You bet. Much quicker. Can't believe this is happening, Nick. Ah, you better get ready, youngster.
I get the picture. Just quit throwing those seeds at me, would you?
First of all, I want to stress that this might be nothing. I'm not too sure of myself. The young boy slumped on the table since he took one sip of his Javachino. Well, the clumsy idiot upset the vase. He knocked it right over. It broke. A strip of cloth covering the table got completely soaked. Well, how about that? Turn things upside down,
Is that all?
Yes, that's all. I remember it perfectly. Hey, you're doubting me again? You're doubting a poor defenseless old man?
No, I'm not doubting you, Miss Gooder.
Don't you get the feeling there's a question hanging on everyone's lips, Nick?
Yeah. So what, probably. That's all I can think of, and I have to cross-examine this guy.
You're a bad brain. That's what all of you can think of.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Your cross-examination, please.
First of all, I want to stress this might be nothing. I'm not too sure of myself.
So there's any point in pushing that one? The young boy slumped over the table since it once to clumsy knocked over the vase. Okay, well let's have a look at the crime scene picture. Where's the crime scene picture? The vase is still there.
Objection!
Mr. Kudo, this is a photograph of the crime scene.
So what?
Look carefully at the table. The vase is there, intact. Lost your tongue, Grandad?
I'm no granddad of yours, hopscotch.
Enough. If you throw any more seeds in this court, the cleaners will be here all night.
Ah. What is it now? I just remembered something.
Yes, go on.
Broken vase. It was on my table.
What?
Ah, well, you see, he startled me with a young man-like collapse. So I stood up. That must have been when it fell over. The vase on my table, I mean.
The vase on your table?
Yes, it was on my table.
That's how my groin came to be completely soaked. Oh, God. Ugh.
Thank you, Mr. Kudo. You've certainly earned your kudos for today. I'd like to ask a question now. Have I been any use at all?
Perhaps that's something you should reflect on yourself, Mr. Kudo.
Wait a minute. If that's the case, there's more. I've got more to say. I guess I remember something else.
Bailiff, escort the witness out of the courtroom.
Wait, listen to me.
Well, you seem to have been considerably sidetracked. I'm still not in the position to deliver a verdict. Defendant has not been positively identified as a waitress in question. Additionally, there are two disparities in the testimony we've had so far. The mark on the coffee cup that the victim supposedly drank with his left hand, and the earpiece which deserted to his left ear, out of which he couldn't hear.
Wow, Nick, you did it.
I therefore require both the defense and prosecution to further investigate the facts. Yes, Your Honor. There's only one thing before I call today's session to an end. One more thing, Your Honor? The witness we just heard from. He's most insistent that this testimony should be of use. He summarizes according to this statement. You may share a copy of it if you wish.
Whatever. The prosecution don't need no props like that.
God was really mad, huh?
Yeah, I would be too.
Very well. Here you are then, Mr. Wright. There are 3 copies of my own, yours, and Mr. Godo's.
With the incident occurred, I broke the vase at my seat. I'm sorry.
What the heck are we supposed to do with 3 copies? That's all. The court is adjourned.
To be continued. Oh, we're another investigation part. January 7, Wright and Co. Alright.
So how do you think the trial went this morning?
How do you think it went?
It got a bit crazy in there. I just wondered if that killed our chances.
Yeah, I guess it did get out of hand with Mr. Kudo's testimony. Did nothing to help us. Plus, now we don't even know the identity of the waitress who laced the coffee. All we know is what old Kudo saw. The apron straps and the ribbon. That the victim was wearing an earpiece when his eardrum was ruptured.
Talk about terrifying case of contradictions.
Time to play doctor and find ourselves a cure, huh?
Yeah. Gotta find one for Maggie or she's gonna have some terminal case of guilty.
Alright, well, I guess we'll go there.
Looks like Gumshoe's not here.
Never mind that. What's going on? It feels different in here somehow. You think? Yeah, everyone seems to be on edge.
What are you doing? Calling the officers for the briefing quick.
Can't you shut down the station?
Can't you shut down the station server? Chief, quit playing on the internet.
What's my email, pen pal?
Save it for later. I'm turning it off now.
No!
Everyone's keeping busy in here, huh?
Keeping busy, more like panicking if you ask me. Something big. Guess we'll go there then. Guess Maggie's still in question. But we've got questions to ask her too. Maggie, Maggie!
Maggie, Maggie!
Keep it down, May. This isn't a playground, you know.
Empty as usual.
Yeah, and it's lunchtime too. That's it. Come on, come on. Hey, that sounds like...
Now, just call an 8, pal. Come on, I know you can.
He's getting really worked up about something.
Sorry, he's getting really worked up about something. No, that's the wrong number.
Sorry.
No, that's the wrong number. Ah, looks like an 8 would have only netted me $5 anyway. What a ripoff. What's the problem, Detective Gumshoe? Huh? Oh, it's you. I was just, I was just listening to the radio, pal.
To the radio?
Hey, Detective Gumshoe's having lunch here.
Yes, he's having the twin tea set.
What can I say? This is a nightmare. How am I supposed to look Maggie in the eye now, pal? You really drove her into a corner, you know? You always blow up my testimony. Why of all days didn't you do it today?
Sorry, there just wasn't any holes in it for once.
Yeah, what happened? Usually your testimonies are like Swiss cheese. Swiss cheese? So, did Maggie say anything to you about me, I mean? Well, how did she put it again? I can't believe Detective Gumshoe. I hate him, sir. I mean it. I don't ever want to see him again. Something like that. Wow. What, please, Detective Gumshoe, I didn't mean... Why? Why is this happening? He's banging his head against the wall now, Nick.
So, do you like the twin tea set?
Never paid that much money for lunch before. I was so nervous, my hands were shaking.
So?
So how'd it taste? Well, $20, I guess. I don't know how to describe it. Really, it was, delicate.
Delicate? You mean you liked it? Didn't taste bad to you?
What's the matter with him?
Looks like he's thinking.
That's it. I've been trying to think of the right word to describe the taste. I just realized. It's bad. That's it. It tasted bad. It's just kinda hard to admit to yourself when you pay $20 for it, you know? Hey Nick, maybe that's why Glenell came here. Maybe you heard about the Super Fierce Twin Tea set. Why don't we ask Detective Gumshoe what he knows, seeing that he's here? So what were you all excited about earlier? Huh? Oh,
That's right, you were listening to something on the radio.
oh that was nothing. I wasn't excited. Come on, Detective Gumshoe, you can tell little old me. What were you listening to? Nothing really, it was just a daily exercise show.
What the? A cyclog?
This lobster special, this lunch special lobster sure is great. So why are there tears in your eyes?
Debating if I should just try and get the thing done first of all. Because, I mean, it can't be that hard if it's, you know, him. Let's try it.
Take that!
The radio. Alright, don't you tell me the truth. What were you listening to?
No way, pal. Now that you've made a big thing out of it, I'm not going to tell you.
We'll see about that, pal. Considering all the noise you were making while you were listening, it's pretty clear what kind of radio program and what it's related to. It's a lottery ticket.
Take that!
I'm right, aren't I? You were listening to the lottery results, weren't you? You thought you'd try to win big just like Glenn Elk did.
It's like you can see right through me. Hey, pal. That's why I said it was nothing. I'm usually pretty lucky, so I figured I'd give it a try.
What's with everyone in the lottery?
So, how'd it go? I won 50 cents. Better if I won nothing without better to win nothing at all than lousy $50. I was so mad. Bought the same kind of ticket as Mr. Alex, see? They've got a special radio show where they announce the winning numbers. They even do the drawings live on air. It's intense, pal. Bet that's what Mr. Elk was listening to on the day he was killed.
Yeah, what time is it now?
Oh, it's just after 1:30. The lottery results.
It's always broadcast at the same time?
Yeah. Look, I got this flyer when I bought the ticket. Millionaire radio. That sounds cool. I want to try it, Nick.
Then buy a ticket, man, with your own money. So let's ask him about him.
The guy was a real programming genius. They called him the walking computer at the place where he worked. What happens when he crashes, though? Does he stop moving all of a sudden? Anyway, there's nothing between Maggie and the victim.
Yeah, that's what we found out yesterday too.
Hey, Detective Gumshoe, don't you have any more information that's a bit more, fun? Fun? Oh, I know. So, have you paid a visit to where Mr. Elk worked yet? You might as well. His workplace, where's that? A computer firm called Blue Screens Inc. Or something like that. Sounds like a real stable company. This could be fun, Nick. Let's go.
Computers aren't really my thing, man.
We'll be fine. I know all about this high-tech tech stuff. Just around the corner from this joint. You should take a look.
I don't think there's anything else we really need to ask him about at the moment, so let's go around to the computer shop then.
Wow, this place is so high-tech you can almost smell the electricity in the air.
It's a computer firm, Maya. They can't work without electricity, you know. Who are you? Oh god, right. Suggest a voice for this crazy woman.
Hello.
Need a voice suggestion for the crazy blue girl here?
Fred Flintstone. Well, I can do Barney Rubble. I don't know if I can do Fred Flintstone, but I'll try.
Barney. No, it's way rougher than that. Barney, Well, I guess it's closer to Fred than before, but it's still kind of a little bit away.
Nah. Struggling a bit with Fred Flintstone. Shaggy from Scooby-Doo, okay. I'm sorry. Zoinks! I'm sorry. Access is restricted to authorized personnel only. This is a computer, programming laboratory. There are far too many, trade secrets that could, be, leaked.
Wow, what secrets?
Everything you see here is classified. No information can leave this building.
Understood. My
name's Elisa Basil. Zoinks.
I'm company director. Director?
That's a DMH, right?
Nice try, but it's the other way around, Mia. It's an HMD.
All of our programmers here at Blue Screens Inc. are supplied with HMD.
All of the programmers here at Blue Screens Inc. are supplied with HMDs.
And do you write programs too?
No, I just enjoy wearing this.
They are pretty cool. I wouldn't mind one.
So what exactly happened? What exactly is this firm's business?
I'll try to simplify it so you can understand. We analyze the data management systems required by certain branches of industry, and then deliver optimum operating systems and source level components to them.
Huh? You're lost me on the corner of analyzing management.
It doesn't matter, they analyze stuff, you got that much, right?
The software we produce is distributed on CDs.
CDs?
Yes, compact disc, digital optical storage media. It's like a small firm, but all my employees are first-class programmers. Let me ask one of them what they're doing. Excuse me, what are you working on right now? Oh, you get the idea. That's the sort of thing we're involved in. Did you good people follow all of that?
Yeah.
You know but what happened, right, Miss Basil?
You mean about Glenn being poisoned? Yeah, I know, it's terrible, isn't it?
Can you tell us anything that might be helpful?
I don't think so. The police officer was here earlier, too. But I couldn't tell him anything either because the waitress who committed the crime has nothing to do with Blue Screens Inc.
Oh.
At Mr. Elliot's desk, have you cleared it out already?
No, not yet. It's this one right in front of you. Is there anything that might be useful to you? You're welcome to take it.
Whoa, look at this desk, Nick. What a mess.
It's pretty average to me.
But you can't get any work done with everything all over the place like this.
You think? Real whiz kids can work in any conditions, you know?
Hey, this calendar.
What about it? It's not a hint about tidying, you can forget it.
Someone's marked December 3rd in red pen.
December 3rd? That's the day Mr. Relic was murdered. Is there anything else?
Yeah, it says meet with the tiger.
Yeah, I'm exactly the same, AJ. the tiger? The tiger? Glenn's calendar.
Wow, look at this mess. Looks like they're all betting tickets.
Oh, looks like they're all betting tickets.
What kind of betting tickets?
Betting on which horse will win a given race. The horse racing tickets.
Oh wow, he draws his stuff with these.
Looks like they're all losing tickets though.
This many tickets would get you, what, $1 down the recycling center? I didn't know you were so hard up. You'd try and profit from the dead, Nick.
I think that's everything that they can get from him. He's really pounding that keyboard, isn't he?
Wow, I bet that's where pro and programmer comes from, huh? Guess I should be resting my laurels, gotta expand my skill set and all that.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Maybe I could become old CD's apprentice. What about your spirit medium training?
Hey, Nick, look, it's a supercomputer. Looks like you're really smart and wise, doesn't it?
Computers are only as smart as the humans who use them, man.
That explains why we don't use computers in the office.
You work there too, Mayor.
Yeah, but at least I'm,
Like, please don't argue about something that's so trivial. Otherwise the computers will laugh at you.
He said they'd laugh at us, Nick. The uprising's coming. Get your club. We need to start breaking it now.
She won't tell us unless we see the right code word.
A code word, huh? Sesame. If it's not Sesame, then it must be her mother's maiden name. That's always how it is.
There's no point in having a password, it's always the same thing, Mayor.
Maybe we should just focus on asking about Glen Elk. What do you say?
About Mr. Elk.
Like he was a top programmer. I would even say he was a genius. But he did suffer from 1 or 2 bugs in his personality.
Oh, like what?
He was a bit of a loser. Perhaps that would be the best way to describe it. That's what got him into trouble.
What's the matter?
He was a top programmer. I would even say he was a genius. So he really was no trouble at all, a model employee.
Hey, wait a minute. Just now you said something about being in trouble. Bastard. So ask about him again, see what she says. About Mr. Elk. Was he in some kind of trouble? I'm sorry, why would you think?
I'm sorry, like why would you think that?
I thought you said something about it just now. You said he got himself into trouble because he was a bit of a loser. Oh, joy. 3 Cyclops. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Don't think we've got enough to open them now.
I guess Mr. Elk is like every other man with his own pile of secrets.
Well, let's come back here. We've got a bit more information. Have any more for you? No. Kitchen.
Huh? Mr. Armstrong's talking to someone.
Anyone got a voice suggestion for her? If anyone has a voice suggestion, please chuck it in chat. Chuck it in chat. Chuck it in chat. Chat.
Stoned, alright. I'll be back next month. Oui, naturellement. I'll be waiting for you. If you haven't got it by then, I might get a little hot around here. No, I'll have everything ready, I promise. I love fire, you know. I love the way it crackles. No, stop, I beg you. And don't let me down. I'll be watching you. Please, no. This is not necessary. You can trust me, mademoiselle. Talk to anyone, and I'll drive a knife right through your heart. No, you don't have to worry, you know it. You worry far too much. Maybe this will help your access the oil of sandalwood. I do love raw meat from time to time. I'll be taking my leave. Goodbye for now. I have less shivers. I must rub some oil all over my body before I let a nervous wreck. Here, wait, that feels good. Will I excuse moi, monsieur?
My eyes. Your eyes?
If you have trouble with your eyes, you need this. It's the oil of sandalwood.
Isn't this just the leftovers from what you were just using? You don't tell me how many customers, do you, Mr. Armstrong?
No, you're right there, monsieur. But perhaps that's a little perfect time for you to visit me, no? That way I can give you my undivided attention and cook you that dish supreme.
Well, you know, it's about what you'd expect from the Gothodex. Put on a brave face, huh?
That's what girls do, Nick. Wrong one. That's what girls do, Nick.
There we go, clue.
But you're right, business is very difficult these days. Perhaps the name is the problem. People don't understand it, they think it's Trey. I just wanted people to think that my restaurant was exclusive. Or they think you just serve...
Oh, but they think you just serve fast food in cheap plastic trays.
Nick, that's the kind of thing that can make a girl cry.
Have you forgotten Mr. Armstrong is a man, Mayor? That's a bit mean. That's very mean.
This restaurant is my life. It is everything to me. I'll defend it to laugh and alley. No one will take it from me.
So who was the woman you were talking to?
Oh, why, you saw that?
Well, yes, sorry.
So, who was she? She looked so polite and graceful. Polite? Graceful? She likes raw meat and fires, right? I'll be back next month. Oh, wait, Nostromo, I'll be waiting for you. If you haven't got it by then.
No, I'm not gonna bother doing the. We just watched that bit. Hey, Maya, it's pretty clear what kind of conversation they were having.
You think so? Well, let's show him a piece of evidence and see what happens.
What? Oh, we can't show him the goth girl.
So long as that paper exists, so long as that paper exists, I am but a delightful angel with broken wings. An angel, huh? Don't bode well, when you think about it. Wait, they keep harassing me month after month. In the end, I had to give in. I agreed to help them. Help them? With what? Nice, monsieur. If I didn't owe them the money, I would have refused. But my hands, they were tied.
Please, what did you agree to help them with?
No, I can't say. If I tell you that woman, she'll slice me up and eat me with salad. Salad!
I'm gonna guess that woman had something to do with your loan contract, am I right?
Please, Mr. Armstrong, tell us about that woman. That's the wrong voice. Please, Mr. Armstrong, tell us about that woman.
She's not been added. The woman who was here earlier, I take it she's,
Why has it come to this? What tragedy. Suddenly I find myself so deep in the debt. It's a sign of the bad, bad world we live in. The woman who was here, the scary woman, she's from La Loan Office.
loan office? Is that where you borrowed $500,000 from?
Yeah, we tender lender it's called. Catchy name. Catchy name, just hearing it makes me want to borrow some money. Please, you must not borrow from them. If you must, no more than $10.
$10? Sounds like your whole monthly stipend. Stipend. Sounds like your whole monthly stipend, man.
Hey, I get a bit more than that, thank you very much.
So tender lender is the loan office you borrowed $500,000 from, huh?
I wonder if they got anything to do with this case. I'm a weak woman. When I'm upset, I have to buy something nice to cheer myself up. Thanks to them owing me the money, I have to pay it back $500,000 now. It's like I'm a slave. I have to do everything that they tell me. Who's this he? La Tiger.
The tiger?
Aye, he's the manager of the tender lender. Terrifying man. Big city mobster.
I've actually forgotten what voice we gave the tiger. Thank you for taking out my microphone, Zeb.
When he shouts at me, my knees are trembling and his voice is ringing in my ears for 3 days. As soon as I hear the noise of that battled scurry rides, I start to cry.
Does this guy resemble me by any chance?
Oh no, this man's a presence. A formidable personality. You know, a character mob. Although, we does have the spiky hair like you do. And, there's a resemblance there, I suppose. If you want to visit a tender lender, it's just beyond Vermin Square. Hey Nick, if you need money, I can loan you some as long as it's less than $3.
Thanks for the offer. Alright, well, let's go check out this moneylender motherfucker.
Well, I'm going to head back to the precinct now. We've got a big meeting starting in a bit. About Maggie's case, you mean? No, that's pretty much wrapped up now. There's another big case going down at the moment, so she's been pushed aside. Okay, well, we'll see you later then. Bye.
Better get going, detective, or you'll be late.
Actually, I kinda got a favor to ask. It's a big one.
Favor?
Yeah, it's for Maggie, actually. I was kinda hoping you'd give her this for her. Give this to her for me. What is it? It's a lunchbox. I got her barely so I could make it. I've been real worried about her. She looked like she's lost a lot of weight. Detective Gumshoe. Detective Gumshoe. How many weenies are in here? There's not one person on earth who could down this much meat. Yeah, you think I love weenies. I can't get enough of the tender juiciness. But you still give it to her. It took me ages to make. Say you will, pal. Maybe I'll eat it myself if I get hungry. Don't forget, okay? I'm counting on you to give that to Maggie.
That scooter's there again.
I don't see any sign of Mr. Takudo, do you?
Maybe he went to buy a ton of birdseed. Kinda hoping he wouldn't be here anyway, at least not for now. Besides, any more seeds today and I'm liable to turn into a real phoenix. Well, let's have a quick look at the scooter.
Hey, check this out.
I wouldn't get too close to that if I were you, you might be in for a shock. My phony must be lurking someplace nearby. Just imagine, a tiger loose in the city.
Meanwhile, the real phoenix is like an abandoned chick, lost in a vast urban jungle.
Huh?
Don't worry, someday you'll grow up and become a ferocious tiger too. Don't lose hope.
Tender lender.
This place gives off a real strange vibe, doesn't it?
Looks like the tiger isn't in his lair. That is, as they say, a very good thing.
Welcome.
Oh, it's her again.
Welcome. You're here to discuss a loan.
No, not exactly.
The manager is away at the moment. Wait quietly, please. She's gone, just like that.
I guess we'll have to come back another time.
This is the perfect opportunity, Nick. This place reeks of suspicion. Come on, let's have a look around, okay?
Do you think it'll be okay?
Of course, no one will ever know. Coffee. Ah! I'll leave it here for you to enjoy. Quietly.
Yes, thank you.
Do not touch the desk. Please. Nick, let's get out of here. Oh no, someone's dropped the ashtray on the floor. It's gonna be a nightmare to clean up. I accidentally knocked over the really big space heater once, cleaning up was such a pain. It's one of those super antiques where you have to burn a ton of charcoal. Oh hey, there's a book of matches here too.
Matches, huh? Matches don't give out much nowadays. Give us out much nowadays. Hey, wait a second.
What is it?
Look what's printed on the cover. It says Tribulations.
Yeah, the pilot light for the office boiler keeps going out.
Swing and a miss, Mayor. Swing and a miss.
Hey, look at this Parisian-style coat. It's so chic. Don't sneeze. Ah!
Looks more like a pimp coat for me. Guess I haven't got an eye for fashion.
Hey, look at this. This suit is the same color as the one you wear, Nick.
Same color as my suit?
Ah! Keep your voice down, Mayor. And then Nick, gotta take a look at this.
Some cake.
Ah!
I'll just leave it here for you.
Yeah, sure. Thanks.
Just wait here quietly. Otherwise...
Sure. Did you hear that, Nick? Wait quietly, she says.
Yeah, sure. I have my eye on you. Only so I can take care of you. Do you understand?
I'm scared, Nick.
So? What were you getting so excited about before?
Look on the lapel of the suit.
That's an attorney's badge. Is the tiger a lawyer?
No way, look at this thing. It's made of paper. For some reason, your badge suddenly looks really cheap to me now, Nick.
There's a CD player on the desk, but the desk's so loud. The desk is so loud, it's a wonder you can hear it.
The lid's open. I wonder what kind of music the tiger's into.
Have you finished the coffee?
Ah! Yeah, thanks. It was lovely.
That's right. Yeah, thanks. It was lovely. So you drank it all? If you touch anything that doesn't belong to you, there's always another cup.
Nick, my stomach, it's killing me. Oh, wait. Maybe that's just the burger I ate for breakfast.
I sure hope so.
Wow, it's not Rocco soundtrack, is it? Claw of the Tiger?
It's a demo CD. The artist's name has been handwritten on disc and pen. MC Bomber.
What?
Must be the CD Maggie told us about.
Let's listen to it. I bet it's heavy metal.
No way, that woman will make us drink more coffee if we do. Now, what voice did we give this guy? This is the one. I think it was quite early we done this one. It was after that point. Oh yeah, he was the one we gave the Brum accent to, wasn't he?
What? Brum, I think John, yeah. The birds. He was used doing two snooping around my office for.
Nothing. It was just.
Oh, my precious carpet. You've got ash on my rug. You're gonna wish your ugly feet never came through the door.
It wasn't us. It was already like that.
Yous want to argue with me? Is that what you're doing? You think yous can take me on? I'm gonna flatten yous two into pancakes and turn yous into new rugs.
Don Tiger. Don Tiger, you're back. I'm sorry, Don Tiger. I knocked over that ashtray earlier and...
Oh, alright. Forget about it, Violetta. He's nodding. I ain't gonna get mad at you. You're too cute, you hear?
Here, have some cookies. I just baked them. And you'll need some strong espresso while you're discussing your loan. Wah!
Phoenix, right?
Yes.
You's either crazy or playing stupid to chase after me. I worked so hard, but now you gotta come and mess up my plan. But I don't care, no one gets in my way.
What? Excuse me?
You should have left the little girl at home, right?
I have a few things I want to ask.
No questions. This is the last time we meet.
Wait, please.
That was pretty weak, Nick. Wait until he was out of earshot before shouting after him.
The espresso. And cookies. So I'm kind of curious about your company, Tender Lender.
With the warm and friendly atmosphere you'd expect from a family-sized business. A conscientious rate of interest and an attractive repayment policy. We will tenderly lend you that little bit extra here at Tender Lender. Hey Nick, things are a bit tight for Wright & Co. at the moment, aren't they? I mean, there's that $500 you owe me from the God Night for starters. Why don't you take out a loan? Tender Lender is on your side.
So, say I'm late with my repayments, what happens then?
We'd give you more coffee
Right, I think I'd rather skip town.
Hey, just remember I can make strong coffee too, Nick. Strong tea as well.
So, do you know about the incident we're investigating?
What incident? Well, a man was poisoned in a restaurant just near here. That incident.
Let me see. I was here that day with the manager.
The manager being the tiger?
Furio Tigra.
Furio? Tigra?
Fake Phoenix got a real name, Nick. Hurry up and find out more about him.
What about this?
More coffee? You must have more.
No, I'm fine, thanks, really.
I don't leave the office. I can't tell you anything else. Except about Don Tigra.
Can I ask you about the tiger? I mean, Mr. Tigra?
Cookie?
Sure.
How do you like my cookies? I baked them myself.
Hey, go ahead, Nick. The honor's all yours.
No, ladies first, man.
We are lovers. And I owe Don Tigra my life. He's the one who saved me.
The tiger saved you?
Please address him properly as Don Tigra. Otherwise, I'll have to.
Okay. Don't Tigra, of course, I'm sorry. Is that gonna be the same thing? It's gonna be the same thing.
I'm very frail, you see. Just recently I died once.
You died?
About 4 months ago. The doctors said to abandon all hope. But Don Tigra, he saved me. He gave up everything.
Everything?
When I found out what he had done for me, I was happy.
No offense, but I'm finding that a little hard to believe.
I decided I'd pay him back with my life by serving him coffee and espresso.
So, is that why you've got a bandage round your head?
Yes?
So what is the story with the head bandage?
They put it on after the operation.
The operation?
It's just a little injury. A little fatal injury.
fatal injury.
So that's the injury you were talking about before. One we said you died once? Oh, fuck.
Ah, she really creeps me out, Nick.
Well, I don't think we're going to have anything that requires us to get through at the moment, so let's go try and find more information about those other people. Oh.
There he is. Old Seedy's back feeding the pigeons again. Take that, and this. Get out of my park.
Like I thought, he's really mad. Come on, Maya, just keep your head down, we'll sneak away while we still can. What?
What? Why? Hello, old man.
What are you doing, Maya?
Huh? Ha! Hey, he just turned his back on us.
I'm not surprised, I bet he's really hurt his pride in court this morning.
Hey, Mr. Goodo. Pigeon? Look, we really need to talk to you, alright? Out with demons and good fortune.
Ow, ow, ow. Seeds, shells, winters, painful. I always knew you were a demon, Maya. I'm sorry about what happened in court earlier today.
Ah, you ought to be talking about me behind my back now. Dirty old man who was busy looking at serving girls' backsides. Can't remember their faces, a filthy depraved animal.
No, not at all.
You listen to me, boy. I don't care what you say. I saw that waitress put it in. She put some white powder in the young lad's Giavaccino. We hear you. And another thing, the young layabout was wearing an earpiece. Same side as the lens of his broken spectacles. We're really sorry. Nah, so I made a little mistake with the vase, so what? I know what I saw. I tell you.
Okay. Take it easy, please, Mr.
Don't tell me to take it easy, you sparky head rat. Take this. You said you were a craftsman, right? The modern world casts honest craftsmen like me aside in droves. Surely it's not that. I came from a long line of craftsmen, right back to the time of the Shoguns. Do you hear me? Didn't come to a broider. I was born one. Actually, I'm kind of in the same situation myself. I wanted to stick my fingers in that dribbling old Dutch's nose. Scream right down his ear hole, objection. So did you want to become a lawyer when you were young?
Don't think that's quite it, May. I think he's just in a bad mood, that's all.
I got a tsunami of frustration inside and it's ready to burst out.
That's kind. We've got places to go and not time, maybe.
Fine, whatever. Just don't forget. Got tsunamis with the crumbling to do.
This girl right here is looking forward to hearing all of it, honest.
What? I never said that. Come to the place when I work then. Here, bring this along with you.
What's this? It's a discount coupon for a burger?
You really want someone to grumble on, huh? Although it is a burger joint.
Alright, I suppose we should let him ramble. So there's not much call for craftsmen these days.
Course not, you idiot. All I'm good for nowadays is running errands.
Errands?
Everyone takes advantage of the elderly. Buy some breadcrumbs, take the dog for a walk, Granddad. Feed the pigeons, old man. What am I, some kind of two-bit community handyman? buy some bread now, that's I thought I could understand. What's the point of feeding some seedy pigeons? Why don't people say what they mean? Get lost, that's what they're trying to say. Oh yes, I'm just an inconvenience, you see. Home, restaurant. Just get in the way, don't I?
I'm sure you don't. Wait a minute, what did he just say? At home and at the restaurant? Hold up. By restaurant, are you talking about Tribulations? Did you get asked to run an errand there too?
Yes, I did. The very day the young brat was poisoned.
What? So on the day of the incident, what were you asked to do?
Glad you asked, boy, because I'll tell you what I was asked to do. All of a sudden, that young lad slumped over on the table. That serving girl collapsed. I broke that vase. It all happened so fast I was a bit of a daze, you see. Then the owner shouted over to me. Excuse him, why you call the police? Call them yourself, I should have said back. I didn't think of it at the time.
So, did you end up
Did you end up calling the police? Like I said, I was a bit of a daze.
Did you call them on your cell phone?
God, do I look like one of those newfangled thingamajigs? And out looking for a payphone, of course. You went looking for one? Couldn't find the right one, you know. Wandered out for 5 minutes or so.
5 minutes? So for 5 minutes after the incident happened...
Yes, sirree, the owner was at Tribulations on his own.
Why didn't you mention this in court this morning?
Well, I would have if you hadn't given me the chance. But you bullied me out of the courtroom. Bailiff has got the winners out of the courtroom. Not my fault, you're the ones to blame.
You could have at least told us before we got to court. Is it really that important that Mr. Kudo was the one that called the police? What's important is the unaccounted time before the police arrived. The victim was dead, and Maggie was unconscious, which leaves that man alone in the restaurant. Keep doing this. No, I'm not cool with it. Mr. Kudo might have been chased out of that place on purpose.
Like, what do you mean?
Maybe a certain someone didn't want him in the restaurant.
Ah. Oh, sure, you go ahead and say I was the way as usual. I suppose I should have been getting myself covered in pigeon poop instead,
Do you know either of the creepy people? Mind taking a look at this? Excuse me. Yes, well.
Looks like Mr. Armstrong's out again.
But the place is still open for business. Can't have an open restaurant without a chef.
Hey, it's not my fault, Nick. Don't take it out on me.
Oh, Mr. Wright. Hello, Maggie. So they finished questioning you. Wasn't it unbelievable in court today, sir? I'm going to stay up all night and blog about everything that happened.
Weren't you scared? It was pretty touch and go in there.
Yeah, but you totally nailed that, old man. Well, he was all over the place with his testimony. He's not the only one. What do you mean?
Everyone else's testimonies didn't match up either. Not with how I remember the incident, anyway.
Hey Maggie, you know how you said that everyone else provided testimony that doesn't match up with what you remember?
Yeah, there was just so many things that don't seem to add up. The biggest contradiction is the other guy I saw at the victim's table. He was the one who slipped something into the victim's coffee. I'm sure it was him.
So if you really think it was this disappearing man that did it,
well, he's not the only thing that disappeared. The CD vanished as well. You know, the CD with the writing on it.
oh yeah, the MC Screwdriver album, right?
It's MC Bomber Mayor. The name was scrawled in the sports paper as well.
They never did find that CD at the crime scene, sir.
Ouch, my head, this is getting way too complicated for me.
You said that you passed out when the victim Glenelg collapsed, right?
Yeah, it's so embarrassing. I used to be a cop. When I came to, the restaurant was buzzing with police. And before I knew what was going on, they arrested me, sir.
So between the time the victim collapsed and the time when the police arrived on the scene, you have no idea what went on at Tribulations?
No idea at all. Why? Is it something important, Mr. Wright?
The other witnesses, the old man from the park was pretty much chased out of the picture.
Chased out of the picture? What do you mean?
Old CD wasn't inside the restaurant because he was told to go call the police.
Exactly, and you, Maggie, were unconscious. That means Mr. Armstrong was all alone in the restaurant for a brief period of time.
No. You don't think Mr. Armstrong set me up, do you?
When you consider the facts, it's hard to imagine that Mr. Armstrong isn't involved in this at all.
It's like the master biting the paw of the dog that it feeds. Are you sure about this, Mr. Wright?
Well, the old man said as much when we spoke to him earlier.
I don't know. The things that the man says don't add up for some reason, sir.
Maybe we should ask Maggie exactly what she knows about old CD.
Well, let's ask her about medication.
I know I used to be on the police force, but I'm incarcerated now. I don't pick up that much information in here. Oh yeah, that's from when I was carrying a customer's breakfast over to them. The ketchup spot.
The ketchup spots, you mean?
My whole face was fire engine red thanks to that stuff.
But you spilled the ketchup on your apron, didn't you? I don't see how...
The ketchup-covered omelet went flying and hit the customer in the face.
Oh, talk about the model red face. Makes me wish I could have seen it myself.
Yeah, I guess. It was a sight to behold. cup I took over to the table, sir. But I didn't put anything in it. I just could never do something like that.
That's right, you can never do anything like that.
I'm not good at carrying those large trays, you know. Trying to balance a tray with one hand and put something in the coffee in the other. That'd be asking for trouble. I dropped something for sure.
That's right, yeah.
Recognize the CD, but apparently not. I might as well give him the food.
Oh yeah,
Got something for you, got something you're going to love.
really? What is it?
A lunchbox just for you. Here.
Wow, a lunchbox. Weenies too. I can't believe it. Thank you, sir. Did you make this just for me, Mr. Wright? Nah, it was Detective Gumshoe. Who else would have made such a nice lunchbox for you? Detective Gumshoe?
He's really worried about you. Looks like you put a lot of effort into making this too.
I can't accept it. Detention center rules, no gifts allowed, sir.
Hey, come on, Maggie, don't be like that.
The rules are the rules. They'll lock you up if you break them. And anyway, I hate weenies.
Really?
It's all yours, Mayor. You can enjoy it with Mr. Wright. But...
She's right. It's better than letting it all go to waste.
But... I guess so.
Gumshot's lunchbox was eaten by Maya. Okay.
Well, how was it?
I hit the spot. I love weenies.
Oh, good. I'm glad I gave it to you then, sir.
No, doesn't know the crazy golf girl. Do you know Mr. Tigger?
Holy smokes, that's him.
Huh?
That's your phony, Mr. Wright. Just look at the ridiculous suntan.
For the record, I'm not sunburned like an over-dried tomato, so I don't know how...
He told me he'd been on a business trip to Hawaii. That's where he got his tan. That's the victim, innit?
That day was the first time you'd seen this man, right?
Yeah, I'd never met him or seen him before then. I just happened to be the waitress who served him his coffee, sir. That's all.
Seems he was a computer programmer.
Really? I'm useless with computers. Completely hopeless. I don't know any computer programs. I feel much better after the trial. After the trial this morning. I've been a bit of a courtroom proceedings addict for years now. Feels like forever since I saw a witness as slippery as that old man. He's not really that bad of an old man, though. Still, I feel a bit uneasy.
Huh? I thought you just said you felt much better.
Maggie.
Maggie, if there's something on your mind, you've got to tell us. Especially if it's anything to do with Mr. Kudo and his testimony.
Roger. I'll spill it and see what you make of it.
Is there anything about Mr. Kudo's testimony that stood out as odd to you?
Actually, yeah. The fact that he was even testifying to begin with doesn't quite what? Well, when I took the coffee over to the victim's table, it's true there was another customer in the restaurant. But I can't really say it was an old man. Alright, well, how about calling him a really old middle-aged man? No, age isn't the issue. The other customer was a woman.
A woman?
Are you sure, Maggie? Well, I'm not 100% sure, but I think so. So, what did this woman look like? She was sorta creepy. She had a kinda cackling laugh.
Creepy? Cackling?
Cackling?
Oh, now I can present the other one, I think. No, still either way.
May as well ask.
Back when I was an officer, Detective Gumshoe always looked out for me. But today, I was the one who had to look out for him, trying to incriminate me the whole time.
You've got to remember, Maggie, Gumshoe's a detective. He's got a job to do.
My old boss. I thought at least he'd be on my side. He is on your side. You can't fool me. I saw him in court today. I felt like a poor little baby woodpecker being pecked on his head by its own mother. I hate him, sir. I mean it. I don't ever want to see him again. I don't think it's gonna, get through to her that he was really trying to help. Mr. Armstrong was very good to me after I was fired from the force. I can't believe someone as nice as him could have anything to do with this. Mr. Armstrong wouldn't. He wouldn't set me up, would he?
No. Doesn't have anything to do with the victim's boss.
I feel much better after the trial this morning. I've been a bit...
Exact same one. It's the exact same thing as the old man. Alright, AJ. You take care, man. I'll catch you later. Let me think. I don't think any of the things we've got left are things we can really ask about. So let's try going somewhere else. Oh.
The main server just went up in smoke. Why the heck isn't the press conference set up yet? The superintendent's here already. Yeah, there's a problem with the internet too. I already told you to stop using your computer, Chief. But I'm watching videos online. I'm catching up on my Asian soap operas. Gonna have to wait, Chief, for throwing the switch.
No, just when some young guy was about to confess to his son's hot-to-trot girlfriend.
Wow, this place is really buzzing. Someone must be going down something really big. Huh? What are you two doing here, pal? Detective Gumshoe. You can't be here right now. You'll be roped into the briefing if you stay.
Huh?
But the big problem here today. Why, what's going on? Sorry. Why, what's going on? It's a virus. A virus. A virus ripping through the precinct's computer system. Okay, I'm going to say this once, so listen up. Yes. No matter how poor you get, never borrow money from a place like this, you hear? Okay. Got money trouble, just go on a diet of instant noodles and hang in there.
We're not thinking borrowing money, Detective. What information?
Oh, is that all? Well, let's see. Lenderlander is considered to be a fishier than the average illegal loan shark. And it seems it ran into trouble just recently. Those guys have been pretty heavy-handed, calling in all their debts. Really? Don't go poking your nose around their business, pal. You'll really regret it if you upset that lady. Alright, I get the picture.
Hey, wait a minute. What did he just say?
Who's this lady he's talking about, Nick?
So what exactly is the pure virus state of Gumshoe? Oh god.
I don't know.
What?
Look, I just go with the flow, alright, pal? Must be that face, pal. You think I know what a virus is? Well, Nick, do you?
Pure virus? Sure, it's only in simple terms, of course.
Really? Wow, you know everything, Professor Nick. Yeah, I'm going to call you Dr. Wright from now on. Hey, that sounds pretty cool, don't you agree, Dr. Wright? Okay.
Fine, I'm no expert, but at least I can explain the basics to the two of you. Virus is a program that gets inside a computer causes damage.
Damage? You mean it makes the machine go boom and explode?
No, the damage is, well, it's all internal.
So the inside goes boom, right?
Imagine all the case data you've got stored in your PCs in the station. Virus could wipe all that out. Kind of damage I'm talking about.
Whoa, that's scary.
Yeah, what's even more scary is the virus is infectious.
Infectious?
Most computers are connected together in a network, right?
The
virus can move from one machine to another over the network. So the virus just keeps spreading faster and faster.
It's like a real virus, huh? But Nick, why would anyone want to make a program like that? Yeah. Why'd it take ages to type in all that data? Why would you want to destroy it, pal?
No, people don't want to infect their own machines. They send viruses to someone else.
What? That's horrible. Oh, I get it. It's like you sneezing on Mr. Gordo if he catches a cold. Right, so he won't be able to turn up to court because he'd be too sick. You really shouldn't do stuff like that. Nick is wrong.
Who? What? Where? Where the conversation jumped about talking about me? Anyway, that's what the computer virus does. The bad program that causes damage.
And all the different viruses have names, right? I kind of feel like we've had this name of the virus we caught somewhere before. That's the girl that works over at Tenderlander. You want to stay away from her, okay? I mean it. She does look kind of unforgiving, don't she? That should be the least of your worries, pal. Her name is Viola Cataverni. Cataverini. She's the only granddaughter of Bruto Cataverini. Bruto Cataverini? Do you know who that is, Nick?
Never heard of him.
Bruto Cataverini is the boss of the Cataverini family.
Cataverinis?
Can't touch them, they're way too powerful for the police. But you're thinking of taking them on, aren't you?
No, I don't remember ever saying I was going to.
Oh, this guy, the tiger.
Is he famous?
Is he famous? Yeah, this guy's not a loan shark, you know. Nope. He's a big lone cat. Hence the name. God pay him back, and you better say your prayers, because he'll eat you alive. You're shaking, detective. Like a leaf. I just, you know, kind of on edge at the moment, if you know what I mean. That lady's the boss of Blue Screens Inc., pal.
Yeah.
I figured she's clean, she's got nothing to hide. Seems kind of like a doll to me. In a good way, in a good and bad way. Kinda makes you think she might be hiding something. You know what the chief said to me? The chef said to me, "Oh la la, your body is full of the toxins."
Yeah, he did the toxin talk before.
I think he's probably crying all alone now, right? Yeah, thanks to you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, don't torch program issues feelings when they're cups of... Like, they're cups of cheap creme brulee.
You're really crazy about Maggie, aren't you? No. I'm just, not that I, Yeah, you're way too plain looking for Maggie, right? I'd arrest you right now if you weren't so right.
Okay, well, let's present some of the evidence we found recently and see if it says any of that. What we found? We found the weird clock. What do you think about this, detective? Sorry, pal, got nothing to do with that. Doesn't have anything about the horse racing slips. The disc? About this.
What? I'm trying to concentrate on Maggie and the virus right now, so I... Ah! This is it, this stupid name, I remember now. Don't just nod to yourself, keep me in the dark. Don't just nod to yourself and keep me in the dark, Nick. What's going on?
It's okay, man. You don't have to cry about it.
Name scribbled on the sports paper and written on the CD. That's the name of the virus. MC Bomber. What? Yeah, the virus has just infected every computer station, pal. It's the MC Bomber.
Can you give us any more details, please?
We already know about the MC Bomber virus from a while back. A group of criminals issued a series of demands to the head honchos of law enforcement. They threatened to release a virus if the demands were not met. Who are they? I don't know. Some hot shots from the criminal underworld would be my guess.
Now the virus has been released, huh?
Yeah, it's in every computer, every public office in the city. Everyone's going nuts, hopping around like they're dancing at the carnival. All this stuff with criminals and viruses, it almost feels like we're in a sci-fi movie. Apparently the programmer who made the virus was a real genius or something. Focus right now is on tracing the root of the virus on the black market.
You mean someone put this virus up for sale?
Yeah, because this one's so powerful. They're estimating the price tag was in the millions of dollars, pal.
Oh, wait. Talk about the top one. I'm not sure if I really want to get involved with this, but who are the cadaverinis? Fucking... what was it called? Oh, what the music is called? Oh, I can't remember, my brain's not working.
Who are they? A scary bunch of people, that's who. Trust me, it doesn't matter if you're a kid or a cop, these guys are scary. They've got some serious clout in the criminal underworld. They can't touch them, they've got too much moolah.
Moolah? As in?
Pretty much control all the cash in the city's black market.
That includes tender lender, I take it.
Sure, no one stands up to Bruto Cadaverini, and I mean no one.
So Viola's the granddaughter of some mafia boss then.
Yeah, and everyone knows how much Bruto loves his little girl. She means everything to him. So,
how'd she end up a tender lender?
I don't know, pal. But the hierarchy and the boss of Tenderlander are pretty tight. Tight? That's what I say in the file I read related to Maggie's case. I can't believe it. I almost forgot the most important thing.
And that is?
You know, the lunchbox. How did everything go?
Lunchbox?
You remember, Nick, the weenies? So, how did my weenies taste when they went down the hatch? Well, it was delicious. Yeah, that's what she said. Really? Well, not exactly. Don't worry about it, pal. Figured something would happen, so I came prepared.
Prepared? What do you mean?
I made jumbo lunchbox.
Oh.
Do me a favor again, pal. Deliver this. And just imagine Maggie's little eyes sparkling with joy when you bring her that. Weenies again, Nick. Telling me we don't have to eat all of these too. I really can't eat anymore.
Right. Well, I guess if nothing else, we can go back and give her those to see where the fuck that leads us. Oh, she's not here anymore. She probably ran away at the concept. Okay. I'm guessing. There's no one here. He's still here. Where did we get to? There we go. I realised we've got stuff we can maybe try this one again. Do you know anything about this? Would you mind taking a look at this? Sorry, she can't because of nonsense. Okay. Let's try breaking their site clock now we've got the virus disc. Virus disc should be something, right? Glenn's troubles. So, how about you tell me what kind of trouble Mr. Egg was in? You want to say Mr. Egg? Mr. Elg was in. Oh god, what's her voice? Her voice was, oh yeah, it was Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. Oh, as close as we're gonna get anyway. I'm sorry, sir, but we don't deal with troubleshooting here. Perhaps you'd like to speak to someone in customer service. Miss Basil, let me ask you something. Mr. Elg's trouble have anything to do with this? That will be the gambling tokens, I imagine.
Take that!
What is that?
What's that?
A bunch of horse racing tickets, all losing ones. Not that many tickets. You could get $1 at the recycling centre. Oh, you good people are very, very bad. Cashing in on others' misfortunes is immoral. What's the relevance of these tickets? The victim, Mr. Glenelg, he had a gambling habit, didn't he? I don't think that's a logical conclusion based on the fact. Everyone likes to go to the races from time to time. Yeah, but not everyone buys this many tickets. Anyway, I don't believe it. Proves anything unsound. You're right.
But what could you?
It's a lottery ticket, so it can't be. Six the horses. The lottery, horse racing, he bought a lot of tickets and lost a lot of times. That's gotta have hurt his wallet pretty bad, don't you think? Maybe bad enough to cause some pretty serious trouble, perhaps.
No! No!
You're right, Glenn did have a gambling habit. You good people must not follow by his example, do you understand? Trust me, even if you wanted to, I don't exactly have the money to buy any. But if you win, there's no problem, is there? Glenn had a winning ticket, didn't he, for $500,000? Yeah, but... hard to imagine how he could have been in trouble then, isn't it? It's true that Mr. Elg won $500,000 in the end. But that was his first stroke of good luck. He was deep in trouble before that.
Deep trouble? Like, what do you mean?
Mr. Elg's real problem was with someone or something more terrifying and ferocious. I'm assuming that this is Mr. Tiger at this point. Mr. Tiger is the big scary man.
Take that!
Furio Tigre. The boss of the loan office called Tenderlander. Tenderlander? People with businesses should think harder before naming their offices. Well, what do you think? Our firm is doing very well at the moment. I don't think we need to borrow money. No. I mean about Mr. Elg. Do you think Glenn had something to do with this Furio Tiger? Yes. I'm sorry, I don't know any connection between the two of them. Really? Because I've got proof that Elg and Mr. Tiger knew each other. That is the racehorse.
Take that!
Furio Tigre, aka the Tiger, is the boss of the loan office called Tenderlander. This is who Mr. Elg met on the day of his murder. And the only thing a loan shark would talk to him about would be his debt.
No! It's true. Like Glenn had racked up quite a bit of debt from his gambling habit. About $100,000, I think.
$100,000? Ouch.
But I heard he won the lottery, so he should have been in the clear.
Shame I couldn't have got a bit of luck. Okay. So the guy got lucky and won the lottery. But what if he hadn't won? What was his plan then?
Well, it certainly isn't easy to say, but he said he would use his talents to repay the money.
His talents?
I suspect he was talking about programming.
What computer program is worth $100,000?
Perhaps you good people should leave and I can get back to my work.
Program in question, it wasn't this by any chance, and that'll be the disc.
Take that!
Well, this is it, isn't it? This is the virus infecting computers worldwide as we speak. MC Bomber.
Go!
Hey, we put the chains.
Broke these chains of love.
Anyway, that was a bit of trouble. Glenn's head had more processing power than the computer. But it had been affected with a gambling virus. Glenn was in too deep. You in debt?
Yes. $100,000 in debt and not an easy amount to repay.
So he said he was taking on some extra work? Something... Oh.
So he said he was taking on a bit of extra work. Something a bit risky.
Risky? How?
Maybe he was going to become a waitress at Trade Ban.
So it's safe to say Mr. Elg was the creator of this virus, huh?
The MC Burrow virus, yes. It's a work of genius in a bad sort of way, of course, but still genius. Something that would have probably fetched several $1 million in the black market.
Inconceivable.
This date, December 3rd, is marked on his... This date, December 3rd, is marked on his calendar. What was his deadline for repaying his debts? Guess we won't be needing the horse racing tickets anymore. Glen Elg's losing horse race tickets thrown back on the floor.
Use the trash can, Nick.
Can I present stuff to you still, or will you just... You're doing the same thing you did before, aren't you? Well, that means we're probably... Oh god, I forgot to wait for this thing. Okay. Right. So we probably have proof that he was working for Mr. Tiger to sell some stuff. I wonder if we should maybe go and try her Cyclock. Let's see if we find anyone on the way there first. There's no one here. No one here. Just him in there. Don't really care about him. Alright, let's at least try her Cyclock and see what kind of nonsense we need for it.
Take that!
Let's have a drink. You said the bandage around your head was from an operation. You also said you suffered a fatal injury to the head, correct? Yes. Yes, the operation went very difficult, apparently. Now, by fatal injury, you mean you were hurt by very badly by something, right? Did the injury in question have something to do with this? I'm gonna guess the scooter? Well, donuts. Huh? I baked them myself. Handmade donuts. Have one. That was inside. Jam and... Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Thanks, but no thanks. I think I'll pass. Alright, I don't think we have anything else we can really try then. No. Maybe this thing? What's this? It's a punching bag.
What? No way I wouldn't catch me walking around with a bag like that.
What do you mean walking around?
The sign's gross to start with. It's way too heavy to be practical. Why is it called a punching bag? Don't people know messenger bags are in? I knew it. It was right before they're back at Tribulations. Paris fashion is more my thing. Solid gold, Nick, gold. Just look at that shine. Only real gold shines like God.
Would you really want such a shiny desk, though?
I don't know. Let's see what it's like to sit at a shiny gold desk. Wow, I'm completely dazzled.
It's because it's completely dazzling.
I can see up my nose in my reflection. That's gotta be really distracting.
Oh.
Let's see, this round doll is called the Daroma, I think. Figured I'd read a book or two and be more cultured in case you were wondering.
You mean you aren't making stuff up for a change?
I bet you also didn't know that no matter what he's owed, he'll always write himself. Go on, Nick, give him a good shove.
Only if I feel like dying.
Now this yellow thing, this is a Japanese chess piece. I think it's a king. Not that I'm an expert or anything, I'm more of a reversey person, you know? Hey, there's a piece of paper sticking out of here.
What is it? Oh, maybe that's what we needed actually. $15,000 to replace a bumper and a light. That's insane. Cars registered to Cadaverini's. It's not even the Tiger's car. Why would someone else's repair bill be in the Tiger's office? Aha. Okay. Maybe that's what we needed for the things. Win through compromise. What is that supposed to mean? It must mean something if they took the trouble to frame it like that.
Yeah, well, it still don't make sense to me.
That's Tenderlender's guiding principle. Oh. Compromise the customer to win.
Oh, I see. How about you, Nick?
Yeah, well, as long as we don't have to compromise my hair, I'd say we're okay. Right, let's try that repair bill then.
Take that!
You said that bandage around your head was from an operation. You also said you suffered a fatal injury to the head, correct? Yes, the operation was very difficult, apparently. Now, with fatal injury, you mean you were hurt very badly somehow, right? The injury in question has so much to do with this. Now, where's that repair belt? What is it? This. I have your car repair bill. From this, it seems pretty obvious the car involved was involved in an accident. Let me see that. This bill is made out to the Cadaverinis. Yes, it is. I don't think I ever introduced myself. Tell me, what do the Cadaverinis have to do with me? Imagine we need to be honest with it, so... I know exactly who you are, Viola Cadaverini. You sustained that injury in a traffic accident, didn't you? It happened 4 months ago. I was driving in one of our family cars when someone pulled out in front of me. It was a motorbike, or something like that. I don't remember it much. Anyway, I swerved to try and avoid it, but... I took a blow to the head. A bad one.
Yeah, I can imagine.
So what happened to the person on the bike? Guessing they didn't get away with injuring the Viola Cadaverini, right? I don't know what happened to them. They ran away, or so I heard. Ran away? If they'd stayed, I'd have... What possible could the person that had run have been? Now, I'm assuming here, that it's Mr. Tiger, because Mr. Tiger in that little picture we just saw there, it was this man, wasn't it? He was the cause of your accident. It wasn't Don Tiger. Tigre, I refuse to believe it. We collided, the motorbike and my car, but Don Tigre isn't injured at all, is he? I'm sorry, Mr. Cadaverini. I have proof that the Tiger was involved in the traffic accident on his bike. It's not the state of his bike, because the bike's fucked. Not exactly a motorbike, but Mr. Tigre rides around a scooter, doesn't he? And you'll notice that the front wheel guard is badly damaged. Miss Cadaverini, you know the truth, don't you? Repair bill was paid by Furio Tigrini. Oh, Tigrini? Furio Tigre. The Cadaverinis have known for ages who caused the accident, haven't they? It's possible, perhaps. Somewhere inside me I know that may be true. But Don Tigre still saved my life. The operation was very complicated. It was very expensive. How much are we talking? Very, very expensive. It's hesitant to give me a figure, I should back off. Well, anyway, it was the tiger who paid for it, right? After I recovered, Don Tigre told me. He said he paid for the operation because he cared about me. I believe him. Really? Do you honestly believe that to be true? Do you want to know what I think? I think the reason he paid for the operation wasn't because of you, but someone else. Is that going to be your grandfather again? Because the grandfather is kind of terrifying. The reason he paid for your operation wasn't because of you, but someone else. I think but someone else has got to be him again. Yeah. Perhaps I shouldn't be saying this, but your grandfather, Bruto Cadaverini, controls a lot of dubious cash, right? And you're his beloved pride and joy. Sure, I don't know exactly how much the operation cost, but if you weren't the granddaughter of Mr. Cadaverini, do you think Mr. Tigre would have paid the money? $1 million. Four months ago I was in a traffic accident. That's why I needed the operation. When I woke up, they told me it was nothing serious. A simple procedure.
Oh, really?
They said the operation cost $1 million.
$1 million bucks?
My grandfather ordered Don Tigre to pay $1 million in compensation.
Compensation, huh?
Underworld lingo for paying money to settle a score. Basically pay or get in some serious trouble. I wanted to believe him. I wanted to trust what Don Tigre said. He said it had nothing to do with my grandfather being Bruto Cadaverini. I wanted to believe he helped me because he cared about me, not about my grandfather. But I knew that wasn't really true.
Wow, I'm so sorry.
What he did to get the money was evil. He said it was all for me, so I helped him.
You helped him? In what way?
Here, take these. What are these? Medical papers? I'm Bruto Cadaverini's granddaughter. He had to pay compensation. He was made an offer he simply couldn't refuse.
I feel so bad for Viola.
It's inexcusable. Huh?
everything alright, Nick?
We should get going. Right after we finish our espresso.
Yeah.
Still feel there's something I need to be doing with him. Something we got recently that would go to him. Oh. Okay.
Bonjour, I've been waiting for your return. Mr. Armstrong.
Good timing. I was hoping to find you here. We'd like to ask you a few questions.
Well, he hasn't. The birds. He hasn't got anything to say to you, fellas.
Hi, it's the fake me. Who you calling, Zin?
Who you calling Zinny-Oopie?
Ah,
Come out from under the table, Mayor.
okay, hand it over.
Sorry.
Okay. Okay, Birmingham. Okay, hand it over.
What?
You want to play games with me? I don't recommend that. The medical papers? No.
You mean this? The $1 million medical papers? Miss Cadaverini trusted you. That's why she said that she helped you.
Forget about it. That girl's dumber than an eggplant. You just want to know what's said? I'll tell you what's said. I ain't her only face.
Oh,
And it ain't only her face.
sorry, misread that completely.
She thinks she's got power because she's Bruno's little girl. Now that's sad. I can't let you have these papers. Tomorrow in court, I'm going to expose what you did to get 1 million to get the 1 million you used to pay this off. Are you crazy or something? I don't care if you want to give it to me or not. There's just two of us here. You got that? Two?
We.
Mr. Armstrong.
Forgive me, this Ollie. I can't argue him.
Is that all you got? I'll be taking those papers now. Armstrong, get the lighter.
Wait.
Don't take it too hard. Phoenix Wright.
Hold it, pal.
David Gumshoe?
Detective? You think you're gonna stop me, copper? Beat it! Go on!
Whoa. Come on. Come on, Gumshoe, get it together. Guys, get out of here. Leave this guy to me.
But
Go, pal. And take this. If you get hurt, who's gonna look after Maggie, yeah?
alright, thanks Gumshoe.
Wait, Nick. Don't leave me behind.
To be continued. Yes, I want to save. For one trial. District Defendant Lobby number 1.
Good morning, Mr. Wright. Good morning, Maggie. So, what do you think is going to happen today, sir? Yesterday's session didn't go so well and ended on a giant mystery. Are you okay, Nick?
Oh, yeah, of course.
I saw that little flash of doubt in your eyes.
No, that wasn't doubt. That was determination.
Why don't I believe you?
It's nearly time, Maggie. You better get going to the defendant's seat.
Roger. Don't let me down, Mr. Wright. I'm counting on you.
Hey, pal.
Hey, State of Country.
Quit stressing Maggie out. You don't need that.
How did you know she was stressed?
I was watching through the doorway.
Oh.
You look like you lost the case already. Show a bit of more confidence, will you, pal? Here, maybe this will help.
Huh?
You taking up aromatherapy too? Not in a million years, pal. Don't tell me that you don't remember these things. The small bottle that turned up in Tribulations' kitchen a couple of days ago. You finally got the analysis back from the lab. So what is it? Is it poison? I'm afraid not, pal. It's medication. Medication? Yeah, for ears. Topical use only, apparently.
For ears, you mean?
Yeah, it's the medication Glenn Elk was using for his ruptured eardrum.
So what about the unidentified fingerprints? Anything on that?
Someone screwed it up, so they only had time to analyze the contents of the bottle. Another hour and they might have gotten something on the prints, but okay, pal, this is it. Make sure your defense is impregnable today, got it?
Today's trial, I'm going to expose that guy for what he's done, or my name isn't Phoenix Wright. Courtroom number 4.
Court is now in session for the trial of Maggie Bird.
Defense is ready, Your Honor?
Ready and waiting as always, Your Honor.
Very good, well, get underway at once. Yesterday we heard the testimony of Mr. Victor Kudo. Claims to have witnessed the defendant putting a powder into the victim's coffee. However, the witness's testimony was plagued with a number of problems.
The mark on the rim of the cup shows the victim drank from his right hand, but according to the old man's testimony, he picked it up with his left.
Thank you, Mr. Goda. Furthermore, according to the witness's account, the victim was listening to the radio with an earpiece in his left ear. Yet the victim's eardrum was ruptured, which made it effectively deaf in that ear. It's amazing how many contradictions a single case can have, eh, Nick? Allow me to win. No, wrong one.
Allow me to enlighten you, Your Honor. The world you see keeps turning and we must turn with it.
You've lost me already, Mr. Godo.
Don't let the mysteries of yesterday mystify you today. Only you losers think like that. You gotta charge with the times. This is one of my rules.
Are you implying that you've resolved these contradictions?
You know the answers to those riddles? The old guy wasn't just throwing seed in here, he was throwing us off the scent. And today I'll prove it.
Very well, let the first witness take the stand. And
And you are?
bonjour everyone. I am Jean Armstrong, the owner and head chef of La Tribulations pet restaurant in Shantae. Forgive me for asking, witness, but are you a woman? This game needs to stop having problems with people having different types of things from the binary figures. Anyway, let's just move on from it. Oh la la, monsieur, as you can see, I'm a pert and perky gentleman now.
On the day of the incident, were you in Trebian's kitchen? Isn't that right?
Oui, mieux, monsieur. Everything feels right.
Huh.
Very well, your testimony, please, witness. Please tell the court what happened that day in Tribulations. We volunteers. When it all happened, there were just 2 customers in my restaurant. I remember I was experimenting with some new art decos that day. Like having a large mirror between the tables, for example. Perhaps that's what the old man was looking at. The cup, the earpiece, and the glasses. He would have seen everything in reverse, no?
Mirror?
Oui, and grand mirror. Most enormous mirror.
And suddenly, the mystery all disappears. Like I said, the world keeps turning, so roll with it.
That would explain the coffee cup and the earpiece conundrum. The mirror would have made everything appear back to front. Now then, Mr. Wright, we begin your cross-examination. When it all happened, there were only 2 customers in my restaurant.
And who were the 2 customers exactly?
Me, of course, a young man who died, and the other not so young man. Are you referring to yesterday's witness, I presume? We need some hard evidence. We need some hard evidence first before we can bring him up, don't we?
So let's try a different approach for the time being. You were experimenting with Art Deco? How come I never heard about that before today?
You are not familiar with the language of interior design, monsieur.
Please stay on topic now. Why didn't you tell me in the court about this before?
I did, just a few minutes ago. Excuse me, Mr. Armstrong. This deco you mentioned, are you referring to some sort of decoction? Decoction? No idea what he's on about. No, Art Deco. It's a style of design, Your Honor. He's talking about interior design, walls, ceilings, carpets, that kind of thing. Ah, yes, of course. I was trying to achieve more of a la femme look for my restaurant. I was planning on the most bold remodeling of La Deco.
How big of a mirror are we talking about here?
Buff is something about 4 meters wide and about 2 meters high. I was intending to install it on the last ceiling eventually.
Ceiling?
Hey, no, I decided not to go through with it in the end.
Yeah, ask him more. If you really had such a large mirror in the restaurant, someone would have noticed it. But there's nothing about a mirror in Mr. Kudo or Maggie Bird's testimonies.
But,
Objection!
You didn't ask, Dwight. You only have yourself to blame for such sloppy work.
What?
The mirror was delivered to Tribulations the day before the incident.
really?
As Mr. Armstrong testified, he was carrying out some design changes. And as it turned out, he didn't actually use the mirror in the end. If you want out someone, try to look in the mirror. I'm sure the person looking back will be dubious enough.
The witness had seen the victim reflected in the mirror.
Hold it!
Normally, I'd expect people to know the difference between a reflection and a real object.
Objection!
Normally? How does normality come into this? That's lame, right? Even for you. Huh? Are you trying to say that something isn't normal, it isn't possible? Is that it?
Where does that leave the porky-headed lawyer and the top-knot chick over there?
Oh, where does that leave the porky-headed lawyer and the top-knot chick over there? And the ungodly cool guy with the mask over here? Well, right.
Top the hair. I don't have a top knot. Mr. Godo is correct. Lack of normality is no basis for discounting an argument. In the end, logic is one a day.
Right.
Hold it!
Everything? You would have seen everything in reverse?
We. Hey Nick, we should take a second think about what old CD said in his testimony.
How do you phrase it again? Boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as his green lens of his specs. No question, you can lock me up if I'm wrong. His left ear without a doubt. And he used the same hand to pick up the cup, his left hand. We saw everything that he described reflected in the mirror, but everything he said was actually on the left. Sorry.
And everything he said he saw on the left was actually on the right, huh?
Huh?
Do you think old CD saw everything through a reflection? If he did,
That would explain all the contradictions in his testimony.
that just makes the situation worse for Maggie. There's gotta be something in the old man's testimony. We just gotta dig deeper.
Right, okay. Okay. Well... But the glasses weren't in reverse though. Because the glasses were actually on the...
Objection!
Gotta pick up the earpiece in the HMD. Let's think back up to Mr. Kudo's testimony for a second, shall we?
The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. No question, you can lock me if I'm wrong. It was his left ear, no doubt.
So, to summarise, we were told both the HMD and the earpiece were on his victim's left side. Now, if Mr. Kudo saw that in reflection in the mirror, it means both the AMD and earpiece were actually on the victim's right side.
Exactement. You see, monsieur. Now that it... now that's not hard to think about. So hard, no?
Fortunately, that's where we ran into a monumental contradiction with the facts. Mr. Kudo really did see everything in the mirror, then why is the HMD now on the wrong side of his head?
Order. Mr. Wright is correct. The witness genuinely observed the victim reflected in the mirror and would have expected the victim's eyepiece to be on his right eye.
Objection!
Oh, bitter. Right, you should have had a taste of this bitterness. It'll calm you down in no time.
Are we talking about your coffee or something completely different?
You don't understand the way Mr. Witness thinks.
How he thinks?
You remember this, I presume?
I broke the bag. Sorry, apology. I mean, Mr. Kudo's sworn testimony.
Exactly. The old man has one grievous habit. Throwing seeds. The more of an impression something's gotta make, the more muddled his mind makes it. And what's the most striking thing about Mr. Elg?
Clearly, it's the victim's eyepiece.
And that's my point. The old man strikes again. Mr. Elg thinks MD made the big impression on the old man. I saw the earpiece and those newfangled spectacles he was wearing. Oh yeah, they were both in his left ear. Do you hear his left ear? Well, right.
Wow, I thought for a minute OCD was OCD there for a minute. Godo's good. Enough. I must agree with yesterday's witness that irresponsibly rash in much of his testimony. Bad luck, Nick. Looks like the boy of a contradiction you found is just a rash.
A mirror can't just be beaten a handful of seeds, nor cannot lie. So, what exactly was the old man looking at?
Fill us in, mister.
Fill us in, Mr. Armstrong. Go on, tell the court we're all ears.
Oui, I can explain, please. If you will look at the plans for the restaurant.
The mirror.
Alors, as everyone said comfortably. The mirror was in the middle of the restaurant, dividing the two halves. There's only one seat for which you could have seen the image of the victim. That was the seat at the table next to the victims. That was where the old man was sitting. After a terrible accident occurred, I moved the mirror so it's not in the way. But naturally, I did not touch anything else. I see no problems with the explanation. You've just heard. From the table next to the victim, Mr. Kudo could have seen the victim in the mirror. What a naughty little coquette I am, confusing Aussie men like this.
Don't worry about it. We can keep up except for the guy breaking out in the cold sweat over there again.
You said you didn't touch anything else apart from the mirror. Are you quite sure about that? Felonios, of course. Very well, Mr. Wright, cross-examination if you please. The mirror, it was in the middle of the restaurant, dividing two halves.
So, run this by me again. The mirror was here, correct?
Oui. Oui?
Really? Because I know if I were you, I wouldn't have put a mirror there. It would be in the way.
Look who's talking, Dwight. Huh? You're obstructing my view, among other things.
But this is my seat in the courtroom.
Beyond charm is it gives you the impression that you're the only customer. Temporarily placing a mirror in that spot would hardly be in the way. Unlike you, Dwight.
I tell you, monsieur, the mirror was there. It's in the middle of the restaurant. There's only one seat you could have seen the image of la victim.
And where would that be?
Oh la lie. Look on how you lean towards me. I always attracts the younger boys. Maybe I should keep you in suspense a little longer. Mr. Armstrong, tell the court what you know at once. I attract the older ones too. I know, handsome. Should I tease you too? Yeah.
I'm already sensing a very hot someone. So I'm already seeing a very hot someone, so I'm afraid you've been waiting a long time.
I bet she has mocha cream skin and cappuccino perfume. Ah, bien. I will tell you, there's only one seat with which you could have seen him. That is the seat at the table next to the victims. That was the old man who was sitting.
So why can you see this victim for this particular, only for this particular seat?
Please, monsieur, isn't it obvious, no? Look at the plans, you'll understand. The victim would have to be reflected in the mirrors like so. If you were sitting at a table next to him, you would see everything, no? So that's the seat, though. So that's the old seat he was sitting in on that day, when the poisoning happened.
Because that's not what was in.
Objection!
This piece of evidence contradicts with the testimony we've just heard, Your Honor.
A crime photo?
Yes, this photo clearly shows something that theatrically should not exist.
What on earth do you mean by that, Mr. Wright?
Should not exist? I'm sorry,
Should not exist? Sounds like you're describing yourself, Trey.
Now that the defense would please clarify its statement. What's something that should not exist?
well, the vase on the table, because he said he knocked it over, right?
Take that!
I think it's pretty obvious what should not be in this picture. The vase.
What possible connection does that have to the witness's testimony?
Your Honor, I'm telling you that there should have been no vase in this table. Because it very clear contradicts with this piece of evidence. The one bit of believable evidence he has. There's one thing that's clearly demonstrated by yesterday's testimony. Mr. Kudo broke a vase when he was at the table where he was sitting. And yet, as the court can see, there is an unbroken vase on the table next to the victim. Why? Because Mr. Kudo was not, in fact, sitting at the table next to the victim at all.
Objection!
No, don't be an idiot, Wright. That's impossible. That seat's the only one Kodo could have seen the victim's reflection from.
Exactly. There's only one conclusion we can draw from this contradiction. There was no mirror in the Tribune that day. Your testimony, Mr. Armstrong, is an elaborate lie.
Mon Dieu.
Objection!
Don't try to confuse the court, Wright. Obviously, the witness cleaned up the vase, while the police were taking the time getting to the crime scene.
Objection!
Unfortunately, Mr. Godot, that doesn't quite work for me. Mr. Armstrong already testified to the contrary in his own words. I did not touch anything else except the mirror.
Ah,
Paolo drank the coffee.
well, witness, what do you have to say for yourself? In light of this revelation, we return back to the original problem. Why did the victim have an earpiece in the ear where he couldn't hear? Ah,
You only get one shot in life, there's no turning back. If you want to claim that the mirror wasn't there, Wright, then this problem is all yours. How do you explain what the old man saw?
are you gonna be okay? Can you really solve this contradiction, Nick?
There's more than just one contradiction there.
What do you mean?
Remember what Maggie told us? There was another man at the victim's table. And there was a sample CD on the victim's table. All flies in the face of Mr. Kudo's testimony. And I think I know the reason why nothing in this case is adding up.
Mr. Wright, let's hear your answer.
Yes, Your Honor. The reason behind all the contradictions in Mr. Kudo's testimony is simple. Why? They do have the Thai chicken ones, yes.
I'm really in the mood for Thai chicken crisps.
I think the victim, it's definitely not the year doctor made a mistake. I don't think it's Mr. Kudo made a mistake because we need to prove what he says. I think it's the victim made a phony. case is riddled with contradictions. Yet there is only one simple answer that clears them all up.
And what's that?
The incident Mr. Kudo witnessed and the incident the victim experienced were two completely different events.
What?
Yes, the victim that Mr. Kudo saw wasn't Mr. Glen Egg at all. It was an imposter, phony pretending to be Mr. Elk. Obviously, unlike the victim, there was nothing wrong with the imposter's left eardrum. That's how he ended up wearing the earpiece in his left ear by mistake.
Order in the court. Settle down or I'll clear the courtroom.
Quiet, Gramps. Why don't you clear out of here, huh?
What did you say?
Right, are you saying that what Mr. Kudo saw was set up?
Yes. Someone pretended to be Glen Elk and acted out the whole coffee poisoning. All for the express purpose of creating a witness out of one Victor Kudo.
Objection!
For real, Trite, why would anyone want to do that?
Isn't it obvious? The thing Mr. Kudo was most insistent on when his testimony was... The
Serving girl brought me a Javachino, but she put something in it. That serving girl right there, the defendant's chair, I remember her well.
It's so hard to believe, but... There was one and only one reason to show Mr. Kudo this fake poisoning. Show Maggie Bird an act of poisoning the coffee.
Objection!
Are you insinuating that
Are you insinuating that the witness in the old man's story was fake as well? Wait, the waitress? Yeah. It's true that there were no other customers in the restaurant at the time, but it's also true that the chef was there. He would have noticed what was happening.
That's right. Well, witness, if your restaurant really was a scene of such theatrics, you would have known about it, correct? Oh Allah, this is most difficult for me.
Objection!
No, it's quite simple. All you have to do is testify you were under oath after all. Was there, in fact, a phony at Trebbian then? The defense demands Mr. Armstrong tell the whole truth about what happened.
The defense's request for additional testimony is accepted. You will accurately explain in detail the events of the restaurant that day.
Oh, oui.
Another drink before we start this one.
Cat, what are you doing? Taking a long time to go anywhere today.
It's because he's refusing to take his bloody meds. He's probably in pain.
In the restaurant.
The victim, Monsieur Elk, he came to my restaurant alone. I remember the old man arrived not long after him. There were no customers, no other customers. When he got the word he won a lorry, one Elk became very excited. It's approximately 5 minutes later that the poisoning occurred, as there was no time for a phony to do the acting. So we're clear, there's no mirror in the restaurant after all. The food demands pardon, forgive me, Your Honor. I lied because I wanted this mess to be cleared up quickly. What you have done is commit perjury, Mr. Armstrong. I'll decide how to punish you later. Hey. For now, we will hear your cross-examination. Mr. Wright, if you please.
Alright.
My victim, Monsieur Elk, he came to my restaurant alone.
Hold it!
Was he alone at his table as well?
Yes, I saw him from the kitchen.
Yet the defendant, Miss Bride, remembers it differently. She swears that there was another man at the victim's table.
Objection!
Well, unfortunately for you, Trite, yesterday's witness also testified that the victim was alone. You know, seeing you squirm like that reminds me of a certain coffee's bittersweet bite.
It's not coffee, it's love. Love is bittersweet. I remember the old man arrived not long after him.
By old man, you mean Victor Kudo, correct?
He often comes for my special coffee.
I drank your coffee once, Mr. Armstrong. It's special, I'll give you that. It's worth a sip just for the experience.
Oh, you make me so happy, Monsieur. You're most welcome at any time.
I said it was worth one sip, and nothing more.
Maybe I should ask his rival more detail. How many minutes after? So you're saying that not much time elapsed between when the victim, Mr. Kudo, arrived?
Oui, that's correct.
And by your recollection, how much time would you have said elapsed?
Let me see, approximately 2 minutes, I would say.
2 minutes? That's all?
Seems unlikely anything untoward could have happened in such a short time.
So your only customer were Mr. Kudo and the victim?
Objection!
How many times do we need to ask the same thing, Wright?
No, sorry.
How many times do we ask the same thing, Trite? You'll never catch me drinking the same blend twice.
Huh?
You're trying to establish the presence of a phony victim in the restaurant, but you're wasting your time. You can't grind bird seed to make coffee if you catch my drift.
Did you see him?
No, I was in the kitchen, but I heard him. I remember him shouting, yes, $500,000.
Presumably the defendant heard that too. Then correct?
Maggie, she looked like a poor little frightened dove.
What about Mr. Kudo?
The old man choked us out of the bird seed that got stuck in his throat. It seems we have yet another incident on our hands. And what were you doing at that point? Without any customers, you just had time to kill. I am a multi-talented woman, monsieur.
Sorry, what do you mean?
There is the renowned chef Sean Armstrong, the tragic poet Clarice Armstrong.
Clarice?
Oui, I was writing a poem, an angry tale of a chef in $500,000 of debt, looking for a man who has just won $500,000 in the lottery. It's called Pourquoi. It means why. Perhaps I could recite it for Lacan.
Please don't.
As there's no time for Freud to do the acting.
You mean you can try the police as soon as the incident occurred?
I asked the old man to rather pay for it.
By your own argument, Trite. The purpose of this phony victim's performance was the old man would see it. In other words, once the incident occurred, the opportunity would completely disappear.
Indeed. The end. It seems the last shadow of doubt has been lifted. N'est-ce pas? Yes, Mr. Armstrong is connected to this case, huh?
Absolutely. Someone was impersonating Mr. Elk and I refused to believe he was oblivious. He was there the whole time after all. But if you were right,
wouldn't Maggie have noticed too?
She fell unconscious in the incident, remember?
Ah, you mean that's where the phoning stage is at?
We'll know for sure once I find a hole in this testimony. Right, okay. Let's have a think. Let's have a think. Wait, you know what we'll do? We'll go to this one. Yes, we'll do this one again. This is the one that we can ask a different thing. And I remember every time I remember that there's a different thing, we can go a different path. Out of curiosity, what time was it Mr. Kudo arrived?
Oh no, I can't remember, monsieur. I believe you told my witness yesterday. Time was reported at 2:25 p.m. The kind of scary old man. Does that perhaps jog your memory, witness? The incident occurred about 20 minutes after he arrived. So the victim must have arrived between 2 and 2:10, no? Thank you for your help in jogging my memory, monsieur. You are wonderful. I can't sit here all the time and do nothing now, can I? Time of day would add to the witness testimony. Everything I do for you. Merci, Ben. That's French, isn't it? Ha!
As one person's in a good mood.
He's even humming a song to himself.
Hold it!
Are you absolutely sure about the time?
And I think really odd. I'm sure it was just after 2. It's the time I stopped serving the lunch menu. Quite right. I always break for lunch when the restaurants are serving their specials. I've been known to wind up at a case early just to make it on time. Oh, would you look at that? It's almost lunchtime already.
Witness, get on with your testimony, please. Right. Okay, I think we've pressed everything. Yeah, we've pressed everything. So let's now, do we have anything that's got a time limit on it? Yes, we do. We do have something with a time on it. We have that lottery thing. Where is it?
Objection!
I'm afraid I finally got you, Mr. Armstrong. Wow? Oh, what do you mean? The time in question, the victim was listening to the radio with his earpiece. The show he was listening to was Millionaire Radio. Each week they announce the winning numbers from $500,000 lottery ticket.
Wait, that must be the show Mon Elk was listening to. I can't see any problem with your testimony, Mr. Wright.
I wonder. You see, the victim arrived at your restaurant after 2 p.m., correct?
Oui, I'm sure of it. I remember it perfectly now. I know it was that time because I just finished serving the lunch menu.
Get to the point. Get to the point, Wright, if you have one.
That show is broadcast live at 1:30. And it claims to be the most thrilling 10 minutes of your life.
It's on the air at 1:30.
Now, supposedly, the victim made some noise when he announced he'd won. And yet, I don't believe his cry of joy could have occurred after 2 p.m. Because the show had already finished 30 minutes earlier by that point in time.
No.
This victim we've been told about has done nothing but the impossible. Listening to a radio with a ruptured eardrum, capturing a show that's already over. There's only one conclusion you can draw from these facts. The victim was an imposter, acting out the poisoning 30 minutes after the real murder. Yes, therefore there were 2 Glen Elks in the Tribune that day. The real Glen Elk, now dead, having been poisoned by the real killer, and the phony Glen Elk acting out the events for Mr. Kudo to witness.
It certainly seems that way. I mean, if it wasn't the case, how could you explain the time discrepancy?
Objection!
Quite a performance, Wright, but you were almost on a roll. But sadly, you lack the rock-hard foundations of rhythm to build your song. Let's recap. According to your imaginative theory, it's now just after 2 p.m. The phony Elk is performing a play for the benefit of Mr. Kudo. How do you explain then where the real Glen Elk is?
I don't believe I have to spell this out for the court. However, at the time the real Glen Elk is already dead.
That's certainly the obvious conclusion.
Objection!
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you, Wright. That's exactly what I was hoping you'd say.
What?
Now, I presume you can prove this theory of yours. Can you explain where the missing corpse went to?
The missing corpse?
According to the old man's testimony, there was only one other customer there. If that customer was the phony Glenelg, then where did the killer hide the body of the real victim?
Prosecution's a valid point, Mr. Wright. Your theory is to stand up in court by total examination by the court. You must provide us with proof when answering the prosecution's questions. Where did the killer hide the body?
Yes, Your Honor.
No conjecture, Wright. Let's get some facts for once. Show the court a piece of evidence that proves where the body was hidden.
Evidence?
What's with the intense pressure here all of a sudden? Well, Mr. Wright, the court will now hear a defense's theory and evidence. Firstly, where was the body of the real Mr. Elliot concealed?
It's got to be inside, right? It would have been too dangerous to the body outside. Obviously, the body must have been hidden somewhere inside Trez Band.
Interesting. But where could the body have been hidden inside the restaurant? Perhaps you would care to show the court these plans, Mr. Wright?
Yes, Your Honor.
The exact location where the body is concealed inside Fairbairn would be...
I imagine it's got to be in the kitchen. Because that's all that really makes sense, right? Because there's at least a space you can hide someone.
Take that!
The body was hidden here.
I see.
Nice supposition. But the real question is, can you back it up? Where's the evidence that proves the body was hidden in that location?
Well, there's the bottle of his ear stuff. I mean, you'd assume that it's because the chef's a klepto that it's there, but try that and see. Mr. Armstrong, do you recognize this bottle?
No.
I've never seen that ugly bottle before in my life. I've gone a bit Cornwall now, oh fuck. I only use the very best bottles, monsieur. The highest fashion, the highest quality only for me. Where was that bottle found, Mr. Wright?
Interesting enough, Your Honor, it was found in the kitchen of Tribulations.
Huh? Quoi? But I only ever use these bottles for my aromatherapy oils.
This bottle doesn't contain aromatherapy oil, Mr. Armstrong. No, it contains a medication.
What kind of medication?
Sure everyone remembers, don't they? Mr. L visited that clinic and was given medication that day.
You can't be serious.
The defense has the contents of the bottle analysed and I have the lab results here. The contents of the bottle match the prescription that was given to Mr. L. Glenelg's murderer hid the body in the restaurant kitchen, at which time the bottle fell out of the victim's pocket. Mr. Armstrong, when the incident occurred, didn't you say you were in the kitchen?
Mon Dieu.
Yes, you know what I'm about to say. It was you who hit the victim's body. A fine job pertaining to my client. Trying to defend my client, Maggie Bird, however.
You were setting her up to take the fall behind the poor girl's back.
No!
Order. This is an extraordinary development. Witness, did you murder Mr. Glenelg?
Never.
I could not do such a horrible thing. No.
Fade to white.
Mr. Godo?
The bitterness. Every time I get lied to, I always down a mug of coffee. That's one of my rules. Then I like to do the same to the person who lied to me. I like to take them down with my empty cup. Listen up, chef. How about a brand new flavor in your ear, my H-deficient friend?
Jeffy, come on, Platon. Please, you must hear me out. It's a trap. Listen to me. Por favor. Yo hablo español, Mr. Armstrong, and por favor is Spanish.
I'm only gonna ask you once. Did you do it?
No, absolutely no. I simply.
Let's hear it. You've got one shot, right, Gramps?
Witness, the court will permit you a chance to make one final statement. If you lie under oath again, Mr. Godo's coffee cup awaits you. And as does my gavel.
Oui, it's clear.
What do they always say in bad news? I got a bad feeling about this.
Very well, begin your final testimony, Mr. Armstrong.
It is true. I hit the
It is true, I ate the body in the kitchen. A man forced me to do it. I had no choice. I had to go along with him because there was a reason why I could not refuse. But I did not kill him, I swear it, you must believe me. You were forced? By who? I can't say, or I'll be erased.
Let's try a different question then. When Mr. Elk died, he was really the only person at this table.
There was.
There was another man. Maggie was telling the truth. You may close examine the witness now, Mr. Wright. It's true I hid the body in the kitchen.
Did you carry the body by yourself?
Yeah, I carried them. I carried Maggie. Carried Maggie too.
Maggie too?
But she saw that victim collapse. She fainted. I could not leave her there. But why did you hide the bodies? What man?
Who was he?
No, I cannot say. I fear for my life.
Just put words.
Just have to put words in his mouth, Nick.
Yeah, you're right. If you won't tell me, I'll tell him.
Why would you go along with this man? I had to go along with him because there is a reason why I could not refuse.
And what reason would that be, Mr. Armstrong?
No, Monsieur.
Yes?
Surely you cannot expect a young maiden to talk about such an embarrassment.
Please stop fucking cheering people who want to be different. I can't finish this cross-examination without establishing his reason, so I'll just have to prove it with evidence.
I did not kill him, I swear, you must believe me.
So if you're claiming that all you did to hide the bodies, is that correct?
Oui, that's right. If we are to believe you, Mr. Armstrong, you must tell the court everything. You must make that clear, the identity of the man who ordered you to do this. He's already confessed this much, you might as well stop dancing around the real issue.
Yeah, but he really doesn't want to tell us who the killer is.
Then suck it to him, Nick.
Well, I imagine then it's just... Do we just put the tiger's profile up? Or... Yeah, well, let's do tiger on the second one. A man did it. It's the man who looks like me, only he's a tiger. Roar.
Objection!
Let's end this dance of ring around the rosy, Mr. Armstrong. This is the man that you've been referring to.
Ah, who is that? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before.
This man is Furio Tigre. He is the manager of a loan office called Tender Lender. There's no point trying to hide the truth anymore, Mr. Armstrong. I know you couldn't go against Mr. Tigre, at least not while he had this on you. Imagine that's probably the... yeah.
Take that!
A $500,000 loan from a black market loan shark. And you had no way of paying it back, did you? That's why you were forced to do anything this man told you.
It is as you say. Mr. Armstrong. What tiger? He told me he was going to use my restaurant for a business rendezvous. On the day in question, he was meeting the victim to demand that TV. The day in question, he was meeting the victim to demand that he repay his loan. I don't know what happened, why it happened like that. I just did what he told me to do. I had no choice. Carried the body and inconsistent Maggie.
Oh, and
Inconscient Maggie over the dining area. And into the kitchen after that, I tried to forget what I'd seen.
I think we can now safely say that the man who forced your hand, Mr. Furio Tigre.
I do have one further question for you, Mr. Armstrong. The poison in the lottery ticket that was found in the defendant's apron pocket. Was that your doing as well? No. I knew nothing about that. Making it look like Maggie had done it. I was not. It is despicable. Mr. Godo, you will summon this Furio Tigre as a witness. I doubt that it can be arranged today, but we will adjourn for now. Proceedings will continue tomorrow.
30 minutes.
What?
Trial will go on, I'll see to it myself. I need half an hour to get the guy on the stand. Not a minute more. Don't sit back and relax yet, Wright. No one knows if that chef is really telling the truth or not. Trial could still go either way.
Very well, the court, your request is granted, Mr. Godo. We'll resume once Mr. Letigre is ready to take the stand. Till then, court is adjourned for 30-minute recess.
To be continued. Yes, we want to save. Alright. Well, you know what, before we carry on, I am going to go for a very quick pee and get myself some more juice, so I'll be back in 2 minutes.